That's what's called a samurai. This is what's called a 148 checkout.
Bottenberg looks for the ball. He gets the ball.
Shot on the fourth leg.
It's a 1-6-1. Coulson changed that matter on tops. Oh!
Double 14. Somebody's cooking now. Let me take the whole thing. In 3. It's wonderful.
But these are big.
They don't get bigger than the fish. Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where the final week's worth of qualification in Series 8 is about to get underway. The record-breaking Daryl Pilgrim is the big name in action on this Monday morning. And talking about Week 12, we have a former Week 12 winner with us in the studio. It's Macy Ace, Chris Mason. Chris, great to see you once again. And before we talk about this week, got to get on to Saturday night. And your old pal, Steve West, been out for 8 months with hip surgery. Comes straight back on the stage. It was like he was never really away, was it?
Yeah, incredible, wasn't it? What a fabulous story. You always worry when you have that much time away from the hockey whether you're going to be able to get those feelings back and get that rhythm back. Well, he certainly got it back, and in spades. It was great to see, and like I say, a fabulous story. Married a week before, and then qualifies for the lucrative Champions Week next week.
And not just that, he had his family, had his friends there as well. Look at the release on his face. You could tell how much it meant. He was tearing up in the interview on Saturday evening. He's a man that's achieved so much in his career, but to do that after so long away, that takes a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like I say, when you have that much time away where you literally are not playing any darts whatsoever, there's always that thing in the back of your mind, am I still going to be able to produce the goods and win tournaments again? And it was a bit of a slow process, but I thought it was perfect, having the whole week to just almost build up to that ultimate winning dart going in, and he played some good stuff, and he'll be a tough man to beat when we start Champions Week in a week's time.
Well, the last time we saw you, Andreas Harrison hit that 1-2-1 to beat Cam Crabtree. So since then, we've seen 11 players make their way through to Champions League. I just want to get your assessment on how Series 8 has gone so far. Those are the list of winners on your screen there. Who's really stood out for you over the past 11 weeks?
Tom Sykes, I think, has been brilliant all year. Neil Duff, once he won his first title, he just seems to rock up and take the spoils. I've been really impressed with Jim Long as one of the senior players as well. And Connor Scott, when he gets it right, he really does get it right. He was brilliant last weekend on the Challenge Tour. And yeah, whoever walks away with the spoils next week will certainly earn it, that's for sure.
Well, Champions Week begins next Monday at 9:30 a.m. But this week's the final week in terms of qualification for it. This is how it breaks down. Daryl Pilgrim, the big favourite to win Group A. Former weekly winner Andy Davison's in Group B alongside Ted Evans and Mark McGeaney, whilst Chris Hurst, Derek Coulson and Sean McKinney find themselves in Group C. So let's talk about Daryl Pilgrim, because he is the record breaker. Around about this time last year, he had that 1-2-2 average. He had the 9 darter in the same day. But has this season perhaps not quite gone to plan for him?
Yeah, I think he'd be the first to admit it sort of stalled after that. He didn't play very well at Q School. We all expected to at least not see him for the next 2 years, because we felt he was nailed on to get a tour card. That didn't happen for him. And I think sometimes when you produce the darts he was consistently producing, you're constantly looking to replicate that level, and more often than not it doesn't happen. But I think he's just got to play with a little bit more freedom. He plays like he's under pressure, and he shouldn't be. He's got serious levels of his game, but there's an example of it. That record-breaking 122.69. He's had a 9 dart a year. He's ticked all the boxes. He's got to win the Champions Week. But first of all, of course, he's got to qualify. He's got to qualify,
but he's the overwhelming favourite, no matter what market you look at, whether it's for the week, whether it's for the group. This is the Week 12 beta. He goes off the 11-8 favourite to go on and win the week. Is there any value anywhere besides Daryl this week?
Yeah, Derek Coulson, another player that I've been following closely on the seniors tour. He's banging in some big numbers. He's a very capable player. He seems to be pretty consistent and fairly solid. Ted Evans maybe at 7-2. Andy Davison, another great find for the Super Series, and what a fabulous 12 months he's had. And I'm not quite sure what we're going to get from Mark McGeaney, but he's another player that when he gets it right, he's still very capable. I think Daryl Pilgrim's certainly the right favourite at 11-8.
He's 3-10 on to win this group. Is that mainly because there's a lot of unknown quantities in this group A?
Yeah, and there's a lot of players who don't have a lot of experience, and this would be their first time sort of under the lights, as they say, and I think they're going to find it a little bit tough, and we know Pilgrim absolutely loves it on that stage. I'm interested to see what levels Bottenberg can get to, and where his game is. Dutch Open winner this year. But yeah, it is a lot of unknowns, and I don't think we're going to be in for too many surprises.
Ready to get back to the day job? It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Right, our first game of the session sees Daryl Pilgrim in action. He is the overwhelming favourite to win this Group A, 3-10 with the odds compilers. He's looking to make it a fourth weekly title here at the Live Lounge and joins Steve West in appearing at 4 different Champions Weeks. And early on this morning, I caught up with Mr. P. Daryl, back again here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been a while since I've been down here. I think it's the longest I've ever not been down here.
Is it a weird one because you played in the middle of the previous series and then you're playing right at the very end of the next one? Does it feel like a long time away? And how does that dynamic possibly change for yourself?
I don't know whether it changes, but yeah, it does. I think it was about March last time I played down here, so it's definitely been a while.
Since then, how have the darts gone?
Up and down. They're good or bad. It's up and down, yeah. There's no other way to describe it.
So in terms of this week, playing the Group A, having those 15 games, can that actually get you into a little bit of a rhythm possibly with things?
Oh, yeah, I'm hoping it kicks me back into gear.
And then in terms of your record here, it's one of the best we've ever seen here at the Super Series. Now, Steve West became the first player to ensure they're going to appear at 4 Champions Weeks. If you win this week, you can do that exactly the same yourself.
Yeah, with that massive break and then being here 2 weeks on the trot would be quite funny, but yeah, obviously want to win. But first name's always to get a Saturday night.
And Saturday night's something that you've got a perfect record at doing. You mentioned the fact that you may have to do the 12-13 thing. Is that something when you get booked in to play the week 12 that you have to consider the fact that you could be playing 2 weeks in a row?
Well, yeah, I suppose you always think about it, but I mean, there's no guarantee even if you do win that you'll be in Group A anyway. You might have a few days off in between and be in B or C. But yeah.
We wish you well today, Daryl. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
And Daryl Pilgrim is in action in the first game on this Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Boris Koltsov. First appearance in this building for Boris, although we did see him in the past as part of our at-home setup in the then Icons of Darts League. But Daryl Pilgrim, in terms of this building, well, he holds all the records, doesn't he? Highest average, a 9-dart finish. He once had the most amount of weekly wins, but he's looking to make it through to a 4th Champions League, which would tie a record with Steve West up against Boris Koltsov. A first appearance in this building for the Viking, twice played at the PDC World Championships. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of form he's in following a couple of years where he hasn't been able to play as much darts as he would have liked because of political situations and certain situations. So it'd be interesting to see how he gets on in this first game. But as far as assessments are concerned, they don't get much tougher straight away than Daryl Pilgrim, Mace.
Absolutely not. And a brave opener there, Henry. Don't mention the P word. I'm not on about Pilgrim.
96.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Boris's game is right now.
100. $54.
As always, donning a shirt which represents his favourite football team.
Yeah, Crystal Palace, for whom we won't talk about yesterday's result.
63.
Against Brentford, they were done a harsh one yesterday by VAR, so less said the better. In terms of this season, 10th in the Challenge to Order of Merit, £4,600 to his name, tied on that figure with
96.
Lee Cox. And for a man who we thought at the beginning of the year was pretty much a certainty to pick up a tour card, and he's a player that we regard very highly. It hasn't felt like it's happened as much in 2024 than perhaps it did in 2023.
Yeah, and it's disappointing to see, and no more so for Daryl himself. And he'd be the first to admit,
59.
I'm sure, that it's just not gone his way, and he's not been able to find those levels. We've seen so frequently that's taken him to
99.
3 previous Champions Weeks.
I think for Boris, it'll be a case of
87.
we may see the best of him as the week goes along. The truth here was to be told is we don't quite know what kind of form that he's in.
40.
Well, he's in a similar situation to that of Steve West. He's going to have to play himself into form, which can happen. We've seen it so many times here. Neil Duffer, another perfect example of that. You know, how often on a Monday do we think,
require 164.
and then by the time Wednesday or Thursdays come round, he's starting to find top gear.
139. Daryl, you
What about
require
finding top
52.
gear? Koltsov misses the ball for the 164. So Pilgrim comes back for 52 to take out the opening leg. 2 in hand, a double 16. Only needs the
Shot on
one.
first
Pilgrim one
leg,
up.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Well, steady-ish
Second leg, it's Boris to throw
Start.
first. Game on.
20 dart hold. 1 dart at the ball for Boris for a break. His throw doesn't seem to
95.
have changed much.
He's got that type of action that is so reliable that you won't see too many changes.
Yeah, and you don't see that many
60.
real stray darts. It tends to keep them straight down the line of fire.
93.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
140.
equally as simple throw, isn't it? It's basic stuff, no real special effects, straight up and down, straight down the line.
96.
He is the big favourite to win this group. Now, players won't probably look at those types of things before a dart is thrown, but he would have had a sense, surely, that when he walked in that practice room, that he would have really fancied his chances.
Absolutely. And it is based on the previous.
137.
Well, Koltsov was sluggish in leg 1, but much better leg 2 on throw. Even himself an 80 after 12.
59. Boris, you require
And
80.
a slow start for Mr. Pete. And he could be punished here. 2 at hand, 2 in hand, a double 10.
Game shot on a second
Only
leg.
needs the one
Boris
to level up
Koltsov.
at 1-1. And a 14 darter for Boris Koltsov.
Quality
Third leg.
from
It's Daryl to
Koltsov
throw first.
in leg 2.
Game on.
Remember, missed the dart at the ball. To break throw in leg 1.
108.
Didn't have to wait long. Our first max, called by our resident referee, Jack Garwood.
60.
Man of many talents. Pilgrim, a man of many talents. But he's not a man of 9 dart magic in this leg.
140.
He was thinking about it.
You know, he said a couple of moments ago that Daryl Pilgrim had started slowly. I think he may have
100.
awoken.
Well, leg 2 would have woken him up a bit, that's for sure. Well, it may not be a 9, but he is on a 10.
45.
Boring way to do a 10 darter, of course.
57. Daryl, you require 36.
Yeah, some people that try and show off for the cameras and hit the bullseye, but
Yeah,
Pilgrim
shot on
finds a
third
double
leg.
18
Daryl
to move
Pilgrim.
2-1 to the good. This proving up to be a really good contest. Koltsov with a 14 in the second leg. Pilgrim
leg. It's Boris
backs
to
out
throw
with a 10
first.
dart. It's all gone with
Game
throws
on.
so far. Pilgrim leads 2-1.
Daryl Pilgrim showing why
100.
he's a big favourite to win the week. An even bigger favourite to win this Group A.
Have you ever seen anybody as short as 3 to 10 to win a Group A
137.
before it started?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that same question. I don't recall someone being
100.
that strong. I'm sure they have, but I certainly don't recall one recently.
Well, even in the days when Luke Littler was just winning weeks as if there was
100.
nothing. I can't remember him being that short in price. And it is a mixture of everything. Daryl's quality and ability, and the fact that, if we be realistic, each of the other 5 players in this group, there are relative unknowns. You haven't seen Boris play for a while, but we know his quality.
And he's on debut here, which also has an early adverse effect
54.
while a player gets used to the surroundings, the procedures. Every time he's had to find
45.
something, up until that point, he has. This is a good response, but an opportunity for Pilgrim to pressure.
96.
That was the minimum requirement.
116.
Now he has to hope that Koltsov hasn't got the 116 in the locker. Can I find treble 19 with dart 2? And so Pilgrim will get a poke at the 114, and this is for the break and a 3-1 lead. Treble 18 gives himself a dart at tops.
94.
You could see
Boris
the
requires 60.
pressure in the shoulder. That was a tight one. Tops for Boris.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Boris Koltsov.
Level we are.
They both had a dart on each other's throw to get the break, but
5th flag.
2-2
It's Daryl to throw first.
seems about
Game on.
right for me.
How important potentially could it be for the group if Boris won this first game to almost say to everybody else that Pilgrim is susceptible?
Well, it could certainly give everybody a bit more confidence.
133.
We were having that conversation around about 8 a.m. this morning whether Daryl could be the first player to accumulate 30 points in a Group A.
56.
It's amazing what we know. Potentially.
59.
That is a missed opportunity. Leg 5 in a race to 4 always feels key.
100.
And this is the point where Pilgrim will feel like he can put his foot down and really take control of this match.
80.
A 6-point gap in the averages, which is kind of indicative of the fact that Pilgrim's pretty much a score in front.
85.
But there's still an opportunity for Boris. Needs a 2 treble visit, ideally.
54.
Oh, that's a
Daryl, you
disaster.
require 160.
He's now given Pilgrim 6 darts to get rid of 160 in a leg that he's looked susceptible.
43.
And I think the big row for the rest of the group is we're saying the word susceptible and he's still averaging in excess of 90.
97. Daryl, you require 117.
Let's move 3-2 up. And Boris is poised for the break. And he's going to get a go at the 17. It may just be a solitary dart at tops.
45. Boris, you require 78.
If he finds the treble 18, it'll be 2 at double 12. And it is going to be just 1 at tops. Biggest start of the match.
Game shot on the 5th
And
flag.
Boris Koltsov is up for it. Leads 3-2, our first breaker throw. An 18
6th
darter.
flag. It's Boris to throw first. Game on.
May well be the perfect time for a breaker throw because now he has the darts to get over the line and get the better of Daryl Pilgrim, and he's growing with the task, growing into the task.
Well, that's why leg 5 is always for me in that race to 4. Seems pivotal.
100.
But you always know that the game could potentially move in one direction or another. And it's very much moving in this man's direction now.
Yeah, back-to-back 140s on the back of a breaker throw.
It's only a ton. Koltsov's got 6, possibly more from 2-2-1 to get over the line.
55.
But straying wide there into the treble 5 means that Pilgrim could be first to finish if he hits a 2 treble visit.
97.
And able to do so. So no damage done really for Boris, who looks set now to be on the cusp of denying
98.
Daryl Pilgrim in the first game of this week 12.
Can he find a max?
140.
Keeps
Boris
Koltsov
required
honest
68.
for this for the match. Again, another straight.
Tops.
48.
The double,
Dowry
which has been
requires
so fruitful for
64.
Koltsov, costs him right at the line. And Pilgrim will return for 64. He's only going to get one dart in his hand. And that dart's going to be at tops.
Game shot on
Koltsov
a
couldn't
six
get,
flag.
Pilgrim
Daryl
does last
Pilgrim.
dart in hand. And the first game of the week will have a last leg decider. And it's Pilgrim with the throw.
7th and final leg. It's
Yeah,
Daryl to throw first.
specifically,
Game on.
went for the big 8 to leave the preferred tops. Found it perfectly.
83.
Now, how much will that missed opportunity weigh on the mind of Koltsov? Well, not much.
180.
Just when Pilgrim thought maybe the game was swinging back into his favour as Koltsov piled the pressure on his throat. Needed that
74.
treble 18 with dart 3. And that's just to keep himself lurking in the background.
55.
He's pretty much stolen the throw with that max.
58.
It's in Boris's hands. Oh, that's a
80.
horrible deflection.
Well, it'd be an ace win for Koltsov if Boris could better Pilgrim.
Needs another treble. Gets one.
134.
Leaves 152. And if you've not been playing a lot of competitive
40.
high-level
Dowry
darts,
require 152.
you just get yourself caught up in the moment. You're not able to completely just shut down and go through the motions.
94. Boris, you require 146.
Has to go. Koltsov's missed a match start at tops in the previous leg, and he's not going to get another at double 16. And so Pilgrim, who was 3-2 down in this contest, is going to get a couple of match starts at tops
58.
to cross the line 4-3. He was the overwhelming favourite to win this group. But he may not
18.
win game 1 of it.
Boris, you require
Boris has
52.
already had one dart. He should get 2 here. And does just.
Great marker. Great
Shot
find.
on the match,
And a great win
Boris
to start for
Koltsov.
Boris Koltsov as he gets the better of the group favourite, the overwhelming group favourite, Daryl Pilgrim, in a last leg decider. And there were some real positive signs there from the Viking. But didn't quite know what kind of form he was in going into this event. Well, the early indications are that he is in fine fettle. That's the tale of the tape from our first game of the week. Koltsov getting the better of Pilgrim 4-3. Coming up next, Jarno Bottenberg, the reigning Dutch Open champion, is in action against our ADG, African Darts Group qualifier, Kendrick Koordom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where taking to the stage now is Kendrick Koordom. He's the first African Darts Group qualifier to play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, following in the steps of Devon Peterson and Simon Adams, who was here a few weeks ago, and when he was here, said a few things about Kendrick and the work of the African Darts Group.
This young man has such a fantastic backstory. I mean, he's from Makassar in the Western Cape. It's part of the township where he lives, and he was in the academy, the Devon Peterson Darts Academy, in the team that went to Gibraltar. Because of his paperwork, we had to leave him at the airport. This was his first setback. Then last year, I think he was number 2 in the country because Diego Finis from Berga in Port Elizabeth was the number 1 youth player. And we were unable to take a team to Gibraltar, and another setback for him. We gave him encouragement, but he's also surrounded about players that played at this level. The Grant Simpsons were here, the Charlie Lospers were here. Cameron Carolison is in that region where he comes from. So Kendrick is surrounded by so many influential dart players that it was just meant for him to be successful.
Moment for Kendrick, big moment for darts in Africa altogether. To have this route to qualification to the Modus Super Series is a big moment. Opportunities out in that part of the world are very much few and far between, and by opening up a link between the Super Series and the ADG, the hope is over a period of time these opportunities become more and more frequent. So Kendrick, aged 18, from Cape Town in South Africa. He's also going to be playing at the PDC World Youth Championship this year, having won the African qualifier for that competition, up against the 22-year-old Jarno Bottenberg, who is the reigning Dutch Open champion. He beat Wesley Plaisir to pick up that particular title back in January, a player with immense ability and could well be one of the key threats to Messrs Pilgrim and Koltsov in this Group A. And following that win for Boris, it's opened this group right up. But a big moment here for Kendrick Koordom, a big moment for the ADG, and a big moment for African darts. This is what the Super Series is all about, Chris Mason, is opening up opportunities regardless of where you are in the world, regardless of what player you are.
Absolutely. It's inspiring, isn't it? It's giving those who aspire to grace the biggest stages in world darts and qualify for Ali Pali, and
140.
this is the basic sort of starting point to that.
93.
18, I think it's, with all the setbacks that Simon was mentioning, the fact that he's just kept on keeping on,
100.
and all credit to him. I'm sure there'll be plenty of support from back home,
47.
plenty of advice. You literally have to just get up there and it's just you and the dartboard.
30.
You look at the PDC World Championship when it moved to Alexandra Palace. It had those preliminary round matches. They were
60.
initially first to 4 legs. Then as time moved on, as the game developed more globally, they moved into preliminary rounds of best of 3 sets, and
45.
then the preliminary round was scrapped altogether for a first round where everybody was on a even level playing field.
140.
Evolution starts with small steps, and this is a small step in the right direction. This could be a big finish to kickstart. Double 16 would have been the perfect start for Kendrick Koordom.
120.
Yeah, that would have gone in. That would have been all over the internet. What a highlight reel that would have been. What a moment. This is going to be his first opportunity to win a leg here, with 3 darts in hand, 1 remaining. And that's a wonderful dart.
Kendrick Koordom.
Because there wouldn't have been much of that double 8 he would have been able to have aimed at. It was
Second
almost
leg,
more a
it's
muscle
Jarno
memory
for
type
first.
dart he would have had to have thrown
Game on.
there.
121.
You know you're a serious player when you win the Dutch Open, and that is exactly what Jarno Bottenberg is. Not just did he win it, but he beat arguably the best player without a tour
96.
card right now in Wesley Plaisir to win that. No, we're not going to open up that ugly can of worms. I've already had Steve
100.
West warn me about that last week.
Yeah, to beat him in what looked to have been quite an edgy final, the standard of play wasn't exactly
100.
electrifying. Both players averaging 84 in that final, and it's quite a long final. It's played over sets and legs. He won it 3-2 in the end.
100.
But it's one of the oldest and, without question, hardest opens to win in World Darts, just by
85.
the fact that there's so many entries. Not as many as there used to be, of course, but it's still a toughie. It's still
140.
still carries the mantle of being the biggest open in World Darts.
And even in the changing landscape of the sport, it's still considered a major title
50.
to hold. And
Jarno, you
Bottenberg here,
require 40.
following a slow start, has left tops after 12 to level up at 1 apiece. Double 10. Clips off the barrel and in. 1-1.
Jarno Bottenberg.
And it is still a title that is held in very high regards. I mean, the amount of players that
Third
dropped off
leg,
the
it's
Pro
Kendrick
Tour
to throw
at the end of
first.
last year that decided to
Game on.
compete in the Dutch Open. And the vast numbers they still attract, not just from players based in the Netherlands, but players based from quite literally around the world.
140.
Yeah, a tournament that dates all the way back to 1973, so still remains one of the
100.
oldest of the opens. There's some wonderful names on the trophy.
140.
Players' names that a lot of people wouldn't be familiar with, but Gordy Watson, the
140.
first winner from England. Jimmy Cox back in '78, the first winner from Scotland.
140. Kendrick, you require 121.
Steve Beaton won it back-to-back in 95 and 96.
41. Jarno,
Wayne
you
Mardle,
require
a former winner
121.
back in 2000, beating Merv King in the final.
Bull would have been for the 1-2-1. It doesn't
89.
go.
Kendrick, you require 80.
Koordom to safe throw, looking at 80. 25 Bull. Bullseye. Doesn't go.
45.
And Martin
Jarno, you
Adams,
require
friend of the
32.
Super Series, the most prolific winner of the Dutch Open, winning it 4 times.
Some achievement that. To win it once is an achievement, let alone to win it 4 times.
Kendrick, you require 35.
And in back-to-back years to win title number 3 and number 4. That's a bit of a slip. So it's going to be double 13 as opposed to double 16.
22.
And the
Jarno, you
misses are
require
becoming apparent,
16.
and this is the opportunity that Bottenberg was waiting for to really get himself
score.
into this match, but he's
Kendrick, you
unable to
require
take
13.
his opportunity. It's a nervy third leg. It could be a pivotal third leg. Double 4. He senses a bigger leg for Kendrick to win than it is Jarno. And Kendrick will win it. Koordom is 2-1 up.
Fourth flag, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
Marmagini, who we're going to see later
45.
on this week, won it in back-to-back years in 2017 and 2018, beat Ross Montgomery and Glenn Durrant in those
40.
finals. Good final, that one in 18 between McGeaney and Durrant. McGeaney averaged 98.07,
Yeah,
Glenn
it was
averaging 99.
Yeah, it was a cracking
38.
final.
Never heard Glenn talk about that one. Maybe that's because he didn't win it.
And Sean Greatbatch,
54.
God rest his soul, was the first player to hit a 9-darter live on television. Everyone seems to get that confused and think it's Phil Taylor. That was the first live British
100.
broadcasted 9-darter. There's been 2 in the Dutch Open. Daryl Fitton hit one. It was done both the same way as well, with treble 15 and
85.
double 18 on the end.
And both in finals as well, which is interesting.
180.
He's on a finish we're familiar with, if we're getting all nostalgic.
Well, if he takes this out, he can print it on the bottom of his T-shirt.
138.
But it's been fairly much all or nothing
82.
for Jarno in this game so far. At points, he's looked really good, but there's been other patches in this match where things have just looked a little bit off kilter, which has allowed Koordom opportunities. Tops for 2-2.
16.
And this is for the
Kendrick,
break.
You require 82.
$73 left.
42.
Screw out for
Jarno,
tops
you
if
require
there's more
40.
misses from Bottenberg. 1 from 13 now on the doubles.
shot
Make
on
that
the
2
four
from
flag,
14,
Jarno
but
Bottenberg.
crucially, it's level at 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
Well, they're only separated in the scoring phase of this game by the only 180 in the match. Apart from that, they're identical numbers in
55.
terms of scores of a ton and scores of 140.
$41.
Here's another one whilst we stay on the Dutch Open line. Since COVID and since the
44.
WDF have taken over the Dutch Open, or it's been WDF rank compared to BDO rank, there's only ever been Dutch winners of that competition. Jelle Klaassen, Bay Van Peer and Jarno
140.
winners in the last 3 years of that competition. Matter of fact, 4 of the last 5 runnings have been won by Dutch
100.
players because Richard Veenstra won it in 2019.
Welcome to everybody in the YouTube chat.
45.
Lee Seymour, there's your first quiz question for the week, Chris and Henry. What players
45.
have played in Southampton or Portsmouth with the same letter starting their first and second at name like
45.
Kendrick, of course? Well, there's one of them I'm looking at now that won the Dutch Open who's playing this week, Mark McGeaney.
Well, you've got Keelan Kay, my old pal, Robert Wickwood, easy for me to say.
85.
Cam Crabtree.
Richard Rowlands.
Yeah. R's or W's? Of course, we had Christoph Kachuk last week.
We could go on,
140.
but we won't. It's boring.
Well, Bottenberg here. Threading the
28.
break.
Jarno, you require 90.
3-2 leads, went bullseye first, and then decided to look at another one there to leave tops.
Not sure about that.
38. Kendrick, you require 144.
And because of that, he should have left himself free in hand at a double if Kendrick misses, but he's going to have to spurn a dart here.
54. Jarno, you
What do you
require
fancy, Jarno?
52.
Not that. That leaves 45.
Well, double 18
Jarno
was
fifth
the
flag,
play, and he
Jarno
eventually
Bottenberg.
gets there. Shake of the head as he leads 3-2 with the break. He's in front, but it hasn't been vintage so far.
Sixth
And you can
flag,
see it in the
Jarno to
facial
throw
expressions.
first.
You can see it in his mannerisms. He's trying just to almost get a bit of aggression in the game, just trying to get himself going somewhat.
60.
Did you have his seasonal numbers up? Is it around? Is it around the low 80s?
As far as
45.
Jarno is concerned, he hasn't played too much since winning the Dutch Open, but his numbers for the year just under 83, 82, 97,
57.
doubling at 32%. First 9 of 91.4, which realistically, if you want to be in this
44.
format a top-end player, that front 9 has got to be mid-90s as a probable minimum.
Yeah, totally agree.
To
93.
put it by way of comparison, to the player that we've been lauding all week long, or all series long, Connor Scott.
60.
His front nine is 100.88.
Yeah, that's where you want to be.
60.
Favourite for Champions Week in your eyes, Connor Scott?
Ooh, he's one of them, that's for sure.
140.
It's just all about getting it right and all the stars aligning in Champions Week.
59.
As we know, it's 12 winners.
95.
As Cam Crabtree found out all too well, you can do everything right and still be on the wrong end of the scoreline. I'm sure that 1-2-1 still haunts him in his sleep.
117.
It's got to go. That's a great start. Gets to 17. Tops for a level game.
97. Yano,
He's
you
threatened
require
some
72.
Some plus outs, that's for sure.
But it could be game over. Double six for Bottenberg. It's a win for
It's up.
Bottenberg.
And the match,
And the Dutch Open
Yano
champion
Bottenberg.
gets his campaign up and running. He gets the better of Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't vintage from the Dutchman, but it's a win nonetheless, despite missing 13 darts and a double in that contest. At the tail of the tape, Bottenberg a 4-2 winner. Coming up after the break, Owens and Teysen, Jamie Owens.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match,
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Ox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jarno Bottenberg got the better of Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to 2. And so the final 2 players we're yet to see in this Group A go toe-to-toe in our 3rd match of the session. It sees Jamie Owens, ADC qualifier from the Northeast, take on Owens and Teysen, an ADC European qualifier from Belgium. Let's find out a little bit more then about the 2 players. Simon, 30 years of age, from Owens in Belgium, and winner of many a tournament in that part of the world. Whilst Jamie Owens, the 35-year-old from Stockton-on-Tees is the Teesside Match Play champion. And that would be a fairly prestigious honour because there's a number of very good players in that part of the world. He has played a little bit on the ADC Championship Tour in 2024. Not glistening successes, but has earned a lot of experience by being there, the left-hander. But it's Simon Teysen who is first to the hockey, won an ADC 60. European qualifier in Belgium to be here. And so for both, an opportunity on debut to show their worth, Chris Mason.
Yeah, both with quite interesting actions. That one more effective than the other. What a start.
100. $97.
All the players get an opportunity in the mornings or on the evenings if you're on that session, or the afternoons to have 10 minutes on stage. And I was watching Jamie quite closely. One thing he did seem to do a lot, and that was finally the red bit.
57.
And it is very interesting when it comes to environments like this, particularly for players like these two, because we don't know how they're going to react. It'd be a case of the nerves can take over, or it actually inspires you to play above yourself, potentially.
Well, we've seen that so many times, haven't we? People on debut that don't necessarily have a lot of high-level experience,
57.
but they do get inspired and produce their best starts.
Koltsov 101.
61. Jamie
Doesn't go.
110.
Owens with a similar type finish. Triple 18 leaves the double.
74.
Doesn't go. Both players have missed a dart to the double
40.
on the back of a ton plus combo. Teysen finds a double 10 to lead 1-0. Hold a throw in 6 visits.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Any early nerves will be settled.
$58.
Simon reminds me of somebody. I'm not. Maybe Alistair Overeem. You'd have to be
57.
an old MMA fan to remember him. $58.
In terms of this pair, is it a good thing that you're playing a fellow debutant in your debut match?
Yeah, absolutely. You're
100.
equally as nervous as your opponent, and in the practice room as well. You sort of build friendships here, and friendships that last.
$121.
There was a point that we brought up a few weeks ago that you don't see as much needle now as you did a few years ago, probably because a lot of players that played in this competition played with one another, spent a lot of time in a practice room, and so naturally you get to know the person behind the player.
Absolutely. Although there was
100.
plenty of needle last week.
Was that angriest game ever? ? Explanation mark.
Well, wasn't really angry, was it? But
99. Simon, you require 123.
perturbed, maybe.
Triple 18 would have given Teysen a dart to the ball.
55.
So Owens
Jamie,
looking
you
to level up,
require
put one apiece.
94.
Decided to attack it. Went double-double. Didn't work out for him, and so
38.
Teysen comes back for the
Simon, you
break.
require 68.
15 ball. Oh dear, chase the trouble.
To nick your phrase, he chased the treble and paid the price.
18. Jamie, you require 56.
Tots will have a match. Probably didn't expect this opportunity, but takes the opportunity. 1-1 it is.
Interestingly, Jamie holds the
Third leg, it's
dart
Simon
in
to
the
throw
delivering
first.
hand, and he
Game on.
holds it by the by the stem and the flight. Don't see that very often.
57.
We'll take a look at it now, I think. There, look. Oh, no, he holds it. He actually does. It dangles down. I thought he was holding it
100.
from the flight end. He actually holds it at the point.
Sure, we'll be able to see from a
85.
side-on view at some point exactly the... I can see what you mean. Because there's a little bit of a pinch in there between the thumb and the index
56.
finger where in the other hand, it's a strange release where he's
Yeah.
holding it downwards.
Yeah. Normally they're just sort
30.
of held in the hand and rolled into the throwing hand.
He takes a slight slip, doesn't it? And
48.
that's dropping down to the ground. It completely offsets your action and your rhythm.
97.
If it feels right, it feels right.
108.
And that's all right.
80.
His second, averaging 86.
44. Jamie, you require 117.
Just beginning to settle, isn't he, Jamie? And this would be a real settler if he could find tops. And that would have been for the first
97.
ton topper of the day.
Seen them threatened a few times, but none landed so far.
60. Jamie, you require 20.
Double 10 to move 2 onto the good. Fives. Inside.
No score.
And it's decided to
Simon,
burst
you
the
require
score.
128.
Simon Teysen has no right to win this leg, and he's not going to get a dart at the ball to do exactly
98.
that.
Jamie, you require 20.
So 2 10s for 2-1. Another crack at it. And this time he
Shot on the
finds, and
third
Owens
leg,
gets the
Jamie
break.
Owens.
He moves 2-1 in front. Looked hard work in the end.
Fourth
I don't think
flag.
he's
It's Jamie to throw
Particularly
first.
thrilled with
Game
how
on.
he's playing, but he'd be certainly thrilled with the scoreline. He has control of this match now with that break of throw.
100.
Effectively, just has to serve it out.
Let's have a look at
60.
both players from a side-on angle and get your thoughts, Mace.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of wrist, which is something that you
140.
generally try and avoid.
35. 97.
The issue you'll find with not having an action where the wrist is sort of locked in place is being
80.
able to
Jamie, you
replicate
require
things.
164.
Owens with time and space at 164.
47. 60. Jamie, you require 117.
Owens showing in this game that he's got a bit more staying power. He's already missed a dart at Tots or 117 out in this match.
77.
And despite the long pause, still unable to find it.
Yeah, the treble 20 was slightly obscuring his original sight of the double, so had to move.
134. Jamie, you require 40.
For 3-1 and to put him a leg away.
Game
Jamie
shot on
Owens
the
has
fourth
this
flag.
game
Jamie
exactly
Owens.
where he wants it. It's a steady enough opening performance. Average of 82, 3 from 10 on the doubles. It's enough just to get himself
flag,
into
it's Simon
proceedings
to
and a
throw
leg away
first.
from
Game
winning
on.
on debut. Just going back to the
100.
actions. I don't know about you, but there's a little bit of yet a Klassen to me about Simon's action.
There is.
100. 45.
Wraps it round and then releases quite quickly.
96.
Well, Shella ineligible to play here now because he's on the PDC Pro Tour. He appeared at a couple of Champions Weeks in
85.
2023. Champions Week begins next week, Monday morning at 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel.
58.
And if you want to be here on Champions Night, tough. It's sold out.
There's
95.
still tickets available for this Saturday night.
Indeed. It's not the only festival in Portsmouth this weekend. Got the music festival
108.
taking place and the Darty Festival taking place. And that's a QR code you need for the Darty Party in Pompey.
96.
If you don't have that
Jamie
facility,
requires
head over
67.
to www.dartshop.tv. All the information is there. It's just a... Is it still just a £2 booking fee?
Indeed it is. Some things don't change. This for the match and for a debut win.
27.
Well, he's needed a couple of
Simon, you
opportunities, hasn't he,
require
to
80.
see legs off as Jamie Owens. He may not get another one in this leg. Because Teysen's going to go to dart at tops. Back we go to
Simon
3-2.
Fitflag,
He's forced
Simon
his opponent
Teysen.
to serve it out.
Actually, believe it or not, we're planning a
Sixth flag.
a
It's
trip.
Jamie to throw first.
a coach trip from
Game
the pub
on.
down here one Saturday night to come down and enjoy the action.
Hope it's not like the Johnny Boys out in
100.
Margate. There's a hotel Travelodge just down the road. I don't want there to be a bus exploding
62.
in the car park there. I'm sure you'll be put in as designated driver because they'll probably rope you into work that night.
100.
I don't think I'd be capable after a Jolly Boys outing.
No Super Sundays.
100.
That's a super visit, a perfect visit for Simon Teysen.
Yeah, perfect timing. That's his first. Jamie, 3 180s. Just the 1-1-40.
43.
Has to think about this, particularly after finding the treble.
99.
He's himself on a finish. Well, he's a little tester for Jabin to see how the brain is engaged.
54. Simon, you require 106.
And suddenly Owens, who had a dart for the match, could be taken all the way if Teysen could find tops for the 160.
120.
He had to have said it would have been a finish from out of nowhere.
$41. Simon, you require 40.
For a level game, a break, a throw. Ooh. Was a big bouncer.
No score.
Fortunately for him, no finish for Jamie.
Teysen does take this leg out. It would have meant that in our 3 matches, we have played every leg possible bar one.
98. Simon, you require 40.
To take us all the way again. Double 10 for Teysen. And because that
20.
doesn't go, the game could
Jamie
well be up.
requires 65.
But Jamie's too good.
That's what you're aiming at.
Double 4 to cross the line eventually.
61.
He's now missed match
Simon,
darts
you
in
require
2 consecutive legs. A dart in each leg to cross the finishing line. And now
Simon,
Teysen's
six
pulled
flags.
us all the
Simon
way
Teysen.
to a last leg decider.
Simon was the
7th and
4 to
final
6
leg.
favourite
It's
for this
Simon
match.
to
They
throw first.
had Jamie priced
on.
up at 11 to 10.
Owens had a dart to
55.
win 4-1 and 4-2.
$96.
So you're going to get a dart to win it 4-3. Second round of fixtures kicks off after this one. It sees Koltsov against Koordom, Owens against Pilgrim,
85.
and Bottenberg against Teysen.
Yeah, we've seen all 6 players now in this Week 12 Group A.
54.
Certainly had a surprise in the opening match with the big favourite to win Group A. Daryl Pilgrim going down 4-3 to Boris. But have you seen anything else that has impressed you?
I think when you look at the other players in play, it's not a surprise that maybe their first games have just been a little bit nervy at points.
83.
Owens has taken the darts. And Phil from here should get another dart to win this match.
100.
It's 2 in 2 different legs to across the finishing line.
60. Jamie requires.
And he's going to get 6 more from 111 to eventually get that elusive debut win. 17 would have given him a dart at tops. That caressed off the wire. That's why it's dangling loose.
48.
It's not made the inroads that he would have liked.
83. Jamie requires.
Teysen creeps up.
63.
For this to eventually cross the finishing line. It's going to be one more. At tops. And this time he finds. And Jamie Owens gets over the line against Simon Teysen 4-3. He had darts to win it 4-1. He had darts to win it 4-2. He eventually wins it in 7. Jamie Owens pretty much averaging what he has for the year. 81.6, 4 from 15 on his doubles. Simon Teysen pretty much averaging what he did for the year. So they're playing to type, and it's Owens that got over the line. Next up, Koltsov, Koordom. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jamie Owens won on debut against Simon Teysen by 4 legs to 3. That rounds off the first round of fixtures where Jarno Bottenberg got the better of Kendrick Koordom, who's in your picture there, 4-2. And Boris Koltsov, who's about to throw his last practice darts on the stage, got the better of Daryl Pilgrim in a last leg decider 4-3 in the highest quality game of the first round's worth of fixtures. As far as Kendrick was concerned. There was glimpses of some good
First
stuff
leg,
in
it's
there.
Boris to throw first.
Yeah, the big worry here is the void in terms of the numbers. It's a 15-point gap in terms of match averages
140.
between the two. A gap that I'm not sure he's going to be able to close.
Of course, Kendrick could be here later on this year because there is going to be an
58.
ADG-sanctioned qualifier for the ADC Global Championship, which will take place at the Modus Live Lounge in December. Not the qualifier, the event.
44.
It'll be a long way to go for a qualifier.
I'm sure you've been further. There'll be a spot for an African
60.
qualifier in that tournament, as well as an Oceanic qualifier and qualifiers from all around the world. That taking place in December, the main tournament itself, and that's going to be live here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
125.
And of course, for those over the age of 50,
60.
Mace, there's a seniors qualifier, isn't there?
What, for the global ADC?
Indeed, there is, yeah, World Seniors qualifier.
Is there really?
Could finally win that
76.
elusive Global World Championship after all, Mace. About time you had a star on your shirt.
84.
Be a couple behind Duzzer.
$128.
We'll have a chat about your darts in a second, but first and foremost, Koltsov looking at 99, now looking at 92, and was looking at treble 20 to leave double 16. For
39.
Koordom here, opportunity for a break of throw in the opening
43.
leg. Double 16.
Well, he made a wonderful adjustment on the double 8
11.
in
Boris, you
his
require
previous
60.
match. It's Boris, 20 and tops.
Double 10 doesn't go,
40.
but you feel like this is an
You require
opportunity that
32.
Koordom has to take. May not get many opportunities
It's on
against
the
Boris, and he
first
takes
leg,
full advantage of that
Kendrick Koordom.
one. Gets the break of throw, and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's
We're
Kendrick
going
to
to see a
throw
bit of you
first.
towards the
Game on.
end of the year, playing in the Seniors Match Play and Masters.
Yep, 4th and 5th of October at the York Barbican. There actually is
97.
a ticket deal on the night, on the session I'm playing. It's only £20, and well, it is a serious lineup on that session.
85.
I'll be playing Neil Duff, not a draw that I'm particularly thrilled about, but there you go. He's on my sort of short list of favourites when I
41.
previewed the event. And then I'll be in Sunderland for the World Seniors Masters in November.
So another ticket special to watch you play.
95.
Reduced price.
There is a limited number of tickets available at that reduced price, so do be quick.
82.
But yeah, really looking forward to it. It's a iconic building, of course. For years showed the snooker. Was it the UK Championship?
Still play it there?
Yeah, they still do.
I think we had this conversation in the past when they first moved it there, that we were stunned it was never used
85.
for darts before.
Yeah, because it's ideal. Beautiful location.
100.
So yeah, the practice started about 3 weeks ago. Oh, my goodness, it's boring.
100. Boris, you require
How I ever
161.
used to practice all that for all those hours.
123. Kendrick, you require
the
96.
Lads in the pub keeping me on my toes.
Well, Dom keeping Koltsov on his toes. This was 2-0 lead, but
76.
pulled very, very
Boris, you
low.
require 38.
Splits it. Hits it.
Shot on a
Level at
second leg.
1-1.
Boris Koltsov.
And I will be wearing quite a unique shirt that, as you know, myself
Third
and
leg, it's
Charlotte
Boris to throw
sponsor the
first. Game on.
Jamie Caven Darts Academy, and they had an idea about designing me and Jamie a shirt, which
140.
has been ordered, and then I'm gonna wear it in both of the senior events, and then we're going to
95.
auction it off for the academy. So it is very much going to be a one-off. I'll sign it, which will devalue it slightly.
36.
Perhaps shouldn't be a surprise that maybe we'll see some on-off performances from Boris, because hasn't been able to play as much as he would have liked because of certain situations.
100.
Had that 87 against Pilgrim. He's
And
round about 10 points off that.
Yeah, he looked solid in doing so,
60.
didn't he? I thought it was a good performance. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, had a max. 87.5 average.
140.
Moment ticking along at 82, 76, 76 for Kendrick.
43.
In
Boris
fairness, has
require
brought his level up
85.
by a few points from that first game against Bottenberg. Double 14.
57.
Does not go, but he's got a lot of time to win this leg. Not overly pleased with himself.
59. Boris, you require 28.
But he has got time on his side.
No score.
Couldn't get any closer, apart from being in.
Boris, you
For the
require
last start,
28.
just keeps Boris on his toes.
Game shot on a
But then
third
when he needed
leg,
to find the
Boris
double 14,
Koltsov.
he gets a double 14. Yes, it's in, Boris!
Fourth flag. It's Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
Boris 2 from 11 on the doubles. But he's being afforded those chances, being
55.
afforded those opportunities.
$55.
I mentioned tickets for Champions Week being sold out, but it doesn't mean you can't be here on any
59.
given Saturday here at the Super Series. The regulation Saturday nights are getting busier and busier, probably busier than they've ever been before at the Live Lounge.
Well, I think once you've been once and you sort of experience what it's like to have a Saturday night here, it is unique, it's intimate, it's great fun, great value for money, of course. In fact, it only costs £2 for the booking fee of the ticket. I'm surprised it's taken this long, especially with how popular our sport is,
87.
especially at the moment.
Well, if you are planning potentially a Saturday night at the Super Series, or you're
90.
thinking about
Kendrick,
possibly
you
visiting the
require
venue,
160.
there's a couple of interesting dates coming up later on in the year, which we'll talk about in the next leg. Koordom unable to take out the 160. What can
Boris
Koltsov
require
make of the
115?
115? It'd be for a break and a 3-1 lead in this contest.
75.
Does the job in
Kendrick, you
terms of
require
setting up. Now
100.
he's got to hope that Koordom hasn't got this ton in the locker. But he's going to get a couple of tops.
Game
In
shot
it
on
goes,
the fourth
2-2.
flag. Kendrick
And that's the
Koordom.
first ton plus finish of the day.
Yep.
Fifth flag. It's Boris to throw first.
Growing in confidence and belief.
$45.
Well, I did mention that for this to be competitive, he would have had to close the gap in terms of averages, but it's Boris who's
100.
regressed slightly. He's averaging 78 at the moment, and that's exactly what Kendrick is averaging, hence why we have such a close game.
125.
Well,
You do feel that if Boris can hit the afterburners, he can stretch his legs in this one.
140.
they've met in the middle because Koordom's brought his game up. Koltsov's game's gone down, and they've met in the middle quite nicely. And Koordom here, that's a big
100.
last start there for Boris, but Koordom is threatening the break of throw in this fifth leg. That oh-so pivotal fifth leg, which actually swung his game
140.
against Daryl Pilgrim, potentially in Koltsov's favour.
Someone in chat asking, when is Ashley
41.
Coleman
Kendrick
coming back to the
require
Super Series?
121.
Not a clue.
Nice to see you've been reacquainted with the chat, mate.
81.
I don't know. I'm not privy to that kind of information, am I?
140.
Well, Koordom has left tops after 12 against the darts. Really
Shot on
growing
the
in
fifth leg,
confidence. Had a
Kendrick
real bit
Koordom.
between his teeth there. He's broken Boris, leads 3-2.
Yeah, his best leg of his
Sixth
campaign
leg,
so
it's
far.
Kendrick to throw first.
A 13 darter. No, just a dart player, Paul.
$44.
If you are here or you're planning a weekend at the Super Series, may I point your eyes in the direction of
100.
November's 9th and 16th? Tickets are £2 for both of those nights. That's the QR code that sends you to the website. But on top of the evening session, we have an afternoon session which kicks off at
70.
12:30. And there for the Championship Tour Finals. On the 9th of November, it's the Women's Tour Finals, whilst on the 16th of November, it's the Men's Tour Finals. And the Women's Tour Finals, the likes of Fallon Sherrock and Dieter Hedman will be in action in the Men's Tour Finals. You've got the likes of Bradley Brooks and
100.
Neil Duff and Daryl Pilgrim, actually, who's going to be playing in our next match. He's going to be in action there, and he could potentially be in
And
the
all of
Global
that for £2
Championship.
quid?
All for £2. 2 sessions worth of darts for £2,
100.
Mace. And 5 drinks for £20.
Wow. £1 a session. So for
30.
22 quid, you've got an afternoon and evening out.
Basically. And in my case, it'd be 22 quid and you still got
45.
a couple of drinks token spare. The Champions Weekend Series 9 will be on sale very soon
26.
too. And when they do go on sale, we'll let you know because, as you mentioned, Series 8's Champions Week next week is a complete and utter sellout.
180.
That's more like it, Boris. That's what he's saying to himself as he hits a max to leave himself on a double to take us all the way.
30. Boris, you require 16.
2 8s is what he's looking for,
No.
but
Ooh,
brings
wrong
it
bet.
low.
Fortunately for Boris, Kendrick back on 201.
Did the Paul Hogan. Putting it low into the double 16 when wanting double 8. But
81.
this double 8's
Boris,
to
you
save the
require
match as opposed to
16.
winning it.
Game shot
No
on the
mistake
sixth
that
leg.
time.
Boris Koltsov.
We go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Boris
Couple
to throw
of
first.
questions, thoughts
Game
on Littler's rise to fame. Well, as predicted and expected by everybody that were fortunate
140.
enough to have watched him over the last 4 or 5 years. Adam wants to know, when am I making my return to the Super Series? January
55.
is the hope.
Oh, is that an exclusive, Mace?
It is. Get Archie Self on the Modus. Listen, everybody can qualify.
100.
Go to your ADC qualifiers and that's your quickest and easiest route in.
60.
Even our spotters playing in one of our qualifiers.
55.
Dangling a carrot there, Henry, or is it just for effect? We've seen him actually a little bit earlier in a 9-darter, didn't we?
60.
Yeah, indeed we did.
$122.
Not sure about that play. Going for the smallest target on the board to set up a double.
Well, Koltsov has survived what was a mid-match move from Koordom, but as the
70.
match has gone
Boris, you
longer,
require 84.
has his prowess prevailed, and he may well prevail here if he finds double 12, which he does so first time of asking. It's a 14-darter in the deciding leg, and Boris Koltsov is 2 from 2. 2 last leg deciding victories sees him to the top of the table. for Kendrick Koordom. He had moments in that match, but was unable to cross the finishing line. That's the tail of the tape. Brought his average up to 84 in the end because of that 14 data in the last. Jamie Owens and Daryl Pilgrim is up next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Under
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Boris Koltsov got the better of Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to 3. It means that in our 4 matches, out of a potential 28 legs that could have been played, we've seen 27 of them. Our 5th game sees Jamie Owens and Daryl Pilgrim go toe-to-toe. One player has won a game 4-3 and one player has lost a game 4-3, but it's not in the direction that perhaps you would have expected it to, because Daryl Pilgrim lost his opening match to Boris Koltsov by that scoreline-wise. Jamie Owens got the better of Simon Teysen by 4 legs to 3. It's myself, Henry Deacon, and Chris Mason in the commentary box for you for the duration of this week. And for the duration of this Group A, which has just got underway in our final week's worth of qualification here in Series 8. This time next week, Champions Week will be upon us, where the top tungsten tossers of Series 8 will joust it out for the top prize. Talking about tungsten tossers, as 1 week 12s. Hello, mate.
134.
Seems like a long time ago now.
October 2022.
Wow.
Beat Tony O'Shea in that last leg decider. Which is quite selfish, actually, because you were due to commentate on that Champions Week.
Well, I did for the first 3 days, because I opted to go straight into Group B after having a week of early mornings. So I watched everybody else go through the ringer for 3 days and then qualified for finals night. Only to go down 4-3 to Josh Payne and Conan Whitehead.
140.
It was a wonderful experience. Great fun. Nerve-wracking. Tiring, but great fun.
And that was just the commentary bit.
77. Jamie, you require.
Well, this has been a good start here for Jamie. 93 to take the opening leg.
He's
going to leave himself tops after 12.
Well, we felt that Daryl would have it all his own way in this Group A.
41.
Thus far,
Jamie, you require 40.
not quite working out that way.
Because Owens just found a 13 darter to lead 1-0, and just looking at his facial expressions, he may well fancy the task, fancy the job a little bit.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
And of course, you played Champions League in the days where players were given that option as to what group you played in based on your average. The rules have changed
55.
a little bit since then. So if a player is qualified for a certain group, say A or B, and they decide they don't want to take up their option,
108.
their numbers get deleted from the system and they have to start again from Group C to ensure that players don't get an unfair advantage because they want to play in a certain group.
125.
We had the joys of Martin Adams in the comms box for a couple of days because of
58.
your participation in that Champions Week. I think it's fair to say he had a good time.
He certainly did. He loved it.
Don't think I've ever heard anybody laugh so much at my puns in my life.
82.
I don't know whether he was laughing with me or at me, to be fair. Probably was the latter.
89.
Well, it looks like we're seeing a real glimpse here as to the quality that Jamie Owens possesses. 13 darter in leg 1. Strong enough showing in leg 2.
59.
And Daryl Pilgrim, who remember was 3-10 with the bookmakers before a dart was thrown this morning, could well be on the cusp of going down 2-0 in this match and potentially halfway towards back-to-back defeats. This is the man that the bookmakers said wasn't just going to win the group, but was going to win at an absolute canter, at an absolute landslide.
Jamie, you require 40.
At the moment, his hopes are sliding in the complete and utter opposite direction. And Owens has left tops after 12 again. This time it's a 14 on the back of the 13. He gets the break, he leads 2-0. Well, this is a bit of a turn-up.
It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
It wasn't how things were meant to go, was it, Daryl?
$100.
This is why sport isn't played on paper.
Well, it sort of is.
95.
Well, a dartboard is. Sisal. Sort of a paper.
You're okay, I get your point.
83.
Let's not fight. There's only going to be one winner of that.
$60.
It was just over a year ago when Daryl Pilgrim hit that record-breaking 122 average, and if you've got
100.
time to spare, then you can watch that on the Super Series YouTube channel when we're finished later this afternoon.
85.
I was against Denny Older Coulter. I remember it well. It was my first day off in about 4 months, and he decided to go a bit crazy.
$91.
He's himself on a finish as Pilgrim, but Owens will feel as if he's got 6 or 160. Doesn't go. But we do know
100.
that Pilgrim does have
Daryl
form for hitting the fish in this
170.
building. Well, he's hit pretty much anything and everything in this building. But it's just not looked likely today, has it, for Mr. Pete?
100.
And he could be on the cusp of going down 3-zip here. Owens has got 2 at tots. He's done everything in his power to leave this so far today. And that is why.
Jamie Owens.
Well.
Yeah, seriously unexpected this.
4th flag. It's
Daryl was a
Game
massive favourite, as we've already mentioned, not just to win this group, but to win each of his individual matches. For the moment, Jamie Owens is averaging 102.48. Daryl around the numbers he produced in his opening match. Opening match, he lost with an 89.39. At the moment, he's averaging 89.53, which is in and around his numbers. You have to go back to April to find his last ton-plus average in PDC competition.
But we were having a look at all of his numbers altogether, and there's not much of a range. It is pretty much that 89, isn't it?
Yeah, 89 to 92.
$96.
We've already seen a ton today from Kendrick Koordom, and Pilgrim may have to take it out. Otherwise, he could be the loser of this match. He's averaging 110 now, Jamie Owens.
Yeah, and that's his 5th 180 in 2 matches. Oh, another one of those. What a saver.
60. Jamie
doesn't go. That's actually his first start at a double in this match. He may well be the only one he gets, because Jamie Owens has pulled out the most remarkable performance against the most remarkable of players. But he cannot find tots for a 4-0 win, and it would have been an average in excess of 106. Can Pilgrim keep him rating? Yes is the answer. He forces his opponent to serve it out.
2 match darts for a 4-0 win, and I think if he'd have hit it with dart 3, his average would have been around 108, which, without even looking, I can tell you, I'm sure it would have been a personal best.
Particularly in a recorded match of anywhere near this nature. And a lot of his stuff, when we do break down his numbers, a lot of the references and guys that we got come from Vault events, and they're played over
60.
best of 3s and best of 5s, so much shorter formats where there is a chance where averages could go one or two ways. It either gets inflated or deflated. The only real best of 7 stuff in terms of numbers we got for Jamie is a couple of championship tour events which he played in Middlesbrough, not far from him, earlier on this year. But been a fair few people from Stockton and just a little bit beyond that have seen Jamie play and have said that he's a player with immense ability that could cause some real damage. Well,
100.
He is showing it and providing it, particularly in this contest. It was a little bit nervy to cross the finishing line against Teysen. But how many times do we say about a debutant, if they can get that first win quickly, it settles them on the stage, and then as a consequence, we see them throw their best stuff.
58.
Well, Robert Grundy, he says, hi Henry and Chris. Hi Rob, hope you're well, mate. Jamie's quality and still more to come, and not unexpected from everyone in the north. Well, there you go.
Rob, one of the real finds of last year here.
Yep, absolutely.
43. Daryl, you require 92.
Another wonderful story.
Be preparing for Pro Tours tomorrow and Wednesday at Milton Keynes.
Yes, good luck with those.
68.
Double 12 doesn't go, but it didn't have to go for Pilgrim.
Oh yeah, Wednesday, Thursday.
Just too excited.
100. Daryl,
So much darts, isn't there,
24.
Mace?
Well, did you just watch this go in as it does? 3-2, break a throw. Did you watch the World Series events, Australia and New Zealand?
Bits and bobs here and there. Obviously, I didn't watch the Fridays because I was working here, and all eyes, of course, concentrated on the action here. But I saw bits and bobs of Saturday, watched the Humphreys Littler semi-final. Then
Brilliant, wasn't it?
34.
Fabulous match. Great comeback. Averaging around 106 in the final 5 legs of that match.
177.
Well, it's not a max, but it's as good as 177 added to the 2 180s he's already had in this match.
140.
the issue Jamie's got here is Daryl has finally awoken in this contest.
101.
Say it a lot with great players like Daryl. Once they're down, you have to keep them down. You cannot give them any sliver of opportunity.
99.
Well, even when he's not anywhere near his best, he's still tough to beat. You've got to switch.
59. Daryl, you require.
He's brought his average up by about
128.
10 points. He's now averaging just under 93. From 3-0 down, he's put in a real spurt. Superb. It gives him a dart of double 10 to take us all the way.
120.
But it goes just high.
You require 164.
This to win it. He's already had a match start. He's already had a couple of match starts. But now, he may be taking the distance.
85 left, I think.
$126. Daryl, you require 8.
Double 2. Madhouse. Madness.
No score. Jamie, you require 38.
Well, this is for a second win from 2, and it put Daryl Pilgrim to the bottom of the table. Who would have guessed that? But that's now 4
22.
match starts that are come and
Daryl,
gone
you
for Jamie
require
Owens.
8.
Double 4 for Pilgrim. Double 2. We're back down here again.
Well, he's
Engaged on the
dodging
6th leg, Daryl
some
Pilgrim.
bullets.
7th and final leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
Well, we've
Game
played 5 matches. We could have played 35 legs. We've played 34 of them.
140.
Certainly a lot more competitive than we anticipated at 9:30 this morning.
We had a session a couple of weeks ago where 10 of the 15 games went
80.
4-3. We could be following a similar pattern here. How about your takeaway ordered, Mace?
98.
But we're going to learn a lot about Jamie Owens here because he was 3-0 up, he was flying. He had a match start which if he found on tops, he would have had an average in excess of 108. Pilgrim's come charging back at him.
60.
Oh yeah, someone in the chat said, "What's happened to Owens? He's gone right. I wish I could go off the boil and have 100, average at 100, which is what he's doing at the moment.
140.
Very nearly a third 180. It's a fourth 140. 12 scorers of a ton or more.
140. Jamie, you require 123.
Well, winning this game hasn't felt as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Jamie Owens.
Doesn't need to go ball
83.
sensibly. Lays up tops.
Well, he's done everything in his power all day to leave that target if he could. And he may have to find
100.
only a ton.
Jamie, you require 40.
Well, it's been a superb performance for Jamie Owens. Average just under the ton.
Game
And he's
start,
got a
match,
4-3
Jamie
win
Owens.
against Daryl Pilgrim. And the overwhelming favourite to win this group is now 2 defeats from 2. It's that man, Jamie Owens, who has taken command of proceedings. 2 games, 2 wins. And that by far the performance of the day so far. The average just under a ton. He had an opportunity to win the game 4-0 and have an average of 108. But he has beaten Daryl Pilgrim nonetheless in 7. Coming up next, who's going to win 4-3 between Jarno Bottenberg and Simon Teysen?
waiting. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. That's the view of the stage, and the stage will be set a week Saturday for Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, where somebody is going to join Andreas Harrison, Scott Taylor, Jim McEwen, Luke Littler a couple of times, Raymond Smith, and Conan Whitehead in the ultimate club and become a Modus Super Series champion outright. Jarno Bottenberg has already won a very big tournament in the amateur system this year. He picked up the Dutch Open crown in January. He takes on Simon Teysen, a player from the ADC Belgian Tour, 41. In our fifth game of the session. Bottenberg already a winner today. Teysen looking to get his first win of the day.
57.
What are we thinking in terms of this match, mates?
Do you know, I can't really
43.
pick a winner. I think what we've seen so far today, it's awfully hard to predict, which is great sport.
97.
Yeah, it's been an unpredictable day so far here at the live lounge. If you have just joined us, let's run you through the results.
Yeah, opening match, the big favourite to win this week
56.
and absolutely smashed Group A. Daryl Pilgrim lost 4-3 to Boris. And Kendrick
95.
went down 3-2 to Jarno. And then Jamie got the better of Simon 4-3. And then Boris just beaten Kendrick 4-3. And then Jamie, with performance of the day so far, 99.85, got the better of Daryl Pilgrim 4-3.
40.
Well, Teysen's just handed the advantage he had against the throw back to Jarno.
58.
Jarno averaged 77.79 in that 4-2 win over Kendrick.
Jarno, you
Wasn't
require
particularly
154.
convincing for me.
Needed a lot of opportunities to win legs. There was 13 darts at a double
25.
in that contest
Simon, you
against the
require
South African.
72.
And it's Teysen here who's going to get the first opportunity to win leg 1. And he gets it 1 on double 12.
First leg, Simon Teysen.
Well, I said there were some similarities to Jelle Klassen. Certainly the speed is similar.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't quite been a piece of cake so far, has it, for Bottenberg?
I like it. You did a funny.
28.
What does they say about broken clocks?
60. 100. 108.
We've seen glimpses, haven't we, from Simon, but it hasn't really been pieced together over a consistent course so far.
Well, that throw's gonna.
127.
Yeah, the action will mean he will go through spells of being quite erratic, and then when he gets it right,
120. Simon, you require
super unlucky.
108.
It's all happening. Look at that! That shows you how hard he throws them. It's gone past his feet.
68.
It was almost as if he was throwing a squash ball at the ball and it came rebounding back. Oh, Bottenberg isn't going to take out the 153, and so Teysen has an opportunity here at tops to double his lead to 2-0. He got the break in leg 1. He holds in leg 2 to confirm it.
Third leg, it's Yano to throw
Racing
first.
away with this contest.
78.
Don't forget, if you want to contact myself or Henry or the Super Series in general, we're across all the social media platforms at MSS Darts. Why have we still got a bird instead of an X? Because that's what it is now, isn't it? X?
Ask our graphics department. I've got no say in those types of things. I just merely sit here and shout. And some wish I didn't, to be fair, at times.
60.
Or, of course, if you're watching via our YouTube channel, welcome along. We now have 49,800 subscribers. Well, let's get that to 50,000. If you're not subscribed, just takes a second. Click that button. Give us a thumbs up. We appreciate the support, of course. But yeah, if you've got any questions or comments, fire away. Keep them as civil as possible. My name's Chris and he's Henry.
Been called worse.
58. 59. 85.
Tell you what, Mace, if we get to 50,000 subscribers, I'll let you leak a name for next week.
121.
Like it.
95.
Well, if I tell you what we'll do. Is it a specials week in 2 weeks or?
Double trouble.
Oh, is it double trouble?
94.
Do we know the lineup?
Indeed, we do. Double Trouble 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Well, we get to 50,000 subscribers this week. I'll give you some names of the people in it. I'll have a dig around Henry's computer. It's bound to be on there somewhere.
Just skip past certain bits. Double.
74.
7 was what Teysen was looking for there for the double break. Bottenberg back for 67. 14 double 18. He'll do anything to leave that double, but he hasn't hit that double yet.
For 3-0. Ooh. Can he work around that?
No score. Yano, you
Very nearly.
36.
So close yet so far. And it's not the first game today where players gone 2-0 up or 3-0 up, and then the game gets pulled back and Bottenberg brings it back to 2-1.
Kim asks, didn't Henry promise us a televised match once we hit 40,000 subscribers? Or did I miss the match? No, it was so bad that we couldn't air it.
125.
Apparently, me v Chris Murphy is not something people would want to see. And they're probably
140.
right.
Jack wants to know how's the practice going for the seniors. And it's either Chris or Mr. Mason.
180.
It's okay.
100. 100.
Oh, starting to pick up this one, isn't it? 2 180s
57.
for Simon.
96.
Finding his radar. And the double 18, the Bottenberg has been missing 10 to the dozen,
60.
is also missed by Teysen.
Yeah, just 2 from 9 on the doubles, but we'll be back.
58. Simon, you require 36. Game shot on a
It
four
is
flag.
3-1.
Simon Teysen.
Fusion wants to know. Hello, Chris and Henry. Good morning to you, Fusion. What does the
Fifth flag. It's
winning
Jonathan
of this
to throw
group
first.
get? A place
Game
in
on.
Saturday night's final. Well, they get the Thursday and Friday off, whilst everybody else goes through the ringer in Group B and Group C.
And of course, with our new prize payout, the winner of Group A does get a
45.
bonus prize. So they'll get double the amount of the second place player in the group. So a financial incentive to win Group A. And there's a twofold thing. Group A is seen to be the toughest group of the week, so you should be rewarded in
100.
kind. And also, it stops strategy play. So players that think, do you know what? There's no advantage of me
85.
winning Group A. I'll just play a Group B because I fancy my chances. It incentivizes people to play the weak.
180.
Maxi for Yano.
140.
We're not going to get another one of those games, mate, where a player rallies away from behind and takes us all the way, are we?
57.
Well, it's been the theme. We've only had one match not go the distance, and that was Yano against Kendrick.
68. Yano, you
Match
require
number 2 of the
106.
session.
Double 18. Would have given him a dart at double 16,
98.
but he is going to come back for double 4 with Teysen nowhere to be seen.
81. Yano, you require 8.
To keep us going. 2 2s for 3-2.
6. Simon, you
Could we
require
get
82.
our first full one? Ball double 16.
Tops
62.
does not
Yano, you
go, and
require
so
2.
Bottenberg is in the madhouse. Can he clip it off the barrel? Of
Shot
course
on
he
a fifth
can.
flag. Yano
He
Bottenberg.
forces Simon Teysen to serve it out and has a couple of words to himself.
Sixth flag. It's Simon to throw first.
We go on.
Game on.
It's fair to say that nobody's making
70.
life easy for themselves, are they? It's being done the hard way.
123. 100. 58. 66. 96. 134. 100. Simon, you require 131.
Well, this is for the match for Simon Teysen. Unable to take out the 1-3-1. So Bottenberg to
57.
once again
Yana, you require
take us the distance.
124.
Treble 18 for ball.
63.
Well, Jano
Simon, you
Bottenberg
require
won his first
74.
game 4-2. He could be on the cusp of losing his second game by that scoreline. Well, it's going to have to be 13 for the ball. The
39.
ball.
I
Yana,
live
you
closer.
require 61.
Double 18. Never in doubt.
Shana's sixth leg. Jano
3-3 it
Bottenberg.
is. The marathon day
Seventh and
continues.
Final leg. It's Jano to throw first.
Coming up next,
Game on.
Boris Koltsov against Jamie Owens. And Henry's dug up some fascinating information on Jamie Owens.
Well, I can't take the credit for this.
But we'll tell you about that in the game.
Yes.
100.
Uh,
58.
social media guys have given us an
91.
incredible piece of intel, which we'll tell you in the next game. Tailor-made stats here at the Live Lounge.
Like it.
60.
2 in a day.
Wait till tomorrow, I'll just have a horrific one, won't I?
59.
Well, this has been a last leg littered with nerves. Bottenberg first to a finish, and he's going to get 6 starts.
170.
Teysen was 3-1 up in this contest, and he may be about to let it slip. Doesn't have to go for the fish. He's not going to get the fish.
Well, it'd be a game that if Simon loses, he would be scratching his head on the walk back to the players' lounge, wondering, how on earth have I lost that one?
60. Jano, you require 112.
Well, this would be a get out of jail free card for Jano if he can pin the 112. Had to stay there because he started on the 19s, and because his first dart went low, he wouldn't have been able to have seen much of the treble. He has left himself on double 10, but he may not get a go. Teysen would have given Jano a scare.
93.
Look how his eyes
Jano,
was
you
pierced to
require
the board
20.
with every single dart that Simon was throwing. For 2 wins from 2, double 10. And Bottenberg is over the line. It's relief on the face. He hasn't played at his best so far today, but he has got 2 wins from 2. He has beaten Simon Teysen in a last leg decider 4-3 from 3-1 behind. It wasn't a classic match, but Bottenberg has picked the points up, and that's how. Coming up next, Boris Koltsov up against Jamie Owens. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Resplendent on this Monday morning, where before the break we saw Bottenberg get the better of Simon Teysen by 4-3. That rounded off the second round's worth of fixtures. Round 3 sees Boris Koltsov and Jamie Owens go toe-to-toe. Both players have won their opening matches. So far today we've actually seen three players with 2 wins apiece and 3 players with 2 defeats apiece. It's been an intriguing morning so far here at the live lounge, and we have a very intriguing 7th game of the session between Boris Koltsov and Jamie Owens. We know a fair bit about Boris, but we've been digging some info about Jamie Owens. I have to give credit now. Not usually do I
41.
Name check and reference people for this, but this is a great stat from Taylor Nello, who's a part of our social media department. He'd been doing some research this morning, and Jamie Owens played in the FA Vars final for Stockton Town back in 2018.
97.
Not just that, but in a prolific non-league career, he has scored in excess of 500 goals. Not currently at Stockton.
96.
And in matter of fact, he's only playing here this week and playing darts more regularly because he's suffering with an injury at this present moment in time.
58.
What? He's played at Wembley. Next stop, Ali Pally. It's got to be the dream, hasn't it? Too many people in sport that can say they've played their 2 chosen sports. Most people only ever play the one, of course, but
69. Boris, you
I
require
suppose you can
170.
compare it to Gerwin Price in rugby.
Fortunately for Jamie,
57.
they lost that game by a 0 to Thatcham Town, courtesy of a Shane Cooper-Clark penalty in the 24th
96.
minute.
Boris, you require 113.
Chevrolet team was the intended target with Dart 2. Owens will come back for 140 for the break and throw in leg 1. And he's probably going to have to take it.
A couple of birthdays today.
Boris, you require
Friend of the
56.
Super Series, Tommy Morris. Happy birthday, mate. Danny Baggish as well. His birthday today.
Game shot of first leg.
Ian White,
Boris
sir.
Koltsov.
A couple of days ago.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
In fact, that game was
Game on.
broadcast live on BT Sport in the UK. And the person commentating on that now is perhaps the most famous football voice now. A person you've worked
99.
with, Peter Drury.
Yes, that was the most bizarre experience. He obviously worked for ITV covering the football, but something happened that he ended up doing a game of darts. And I was at a production meeting, and they said, "Oh, the guy you're doing the commentary, his name's Peter.
60.
He's already up in the commentary box doing a bit of research." I went, "Oh, right, I wonder who this is going to be." And he was doing a mic check, and I was just stood there going, "Oh my God, it's Peter Drury," because you could
44.
just his voice is just so recognisable, and an absolutely wonderful fella.
Yeah, he's one person you don't
55.
compete with when it comes to one-liners.
With Jim Proudfoot as well for many years for radio and
57.
television. He's a wonderful broadcaster as well.
He does a lot of work on TalkSport. Does the world feed for the Premier League, does Jim?
58.
Of course, Mark Wilson, a man who's got many sporting talents, football, rugby and
Yep.
darts.
123.
And of course, you've done some stuff with the football, and I was just absolutely amazed. I'm obviously working with them and Ian Danta a lot.
59.
And
Boris,
during the
require
darts coverage, you go off and do a game in the
137.
afternoon, especially around the Christmas period, and the amount of research that goes into a football match is just mind-blowing.
57.
Literally
Jamie
pages
require
and pages and
170.
pages.
We've got, what do you say, a squad of 25, so you've got 50 players, plus managers, plus what's happening with
44.
certain clubs, then notes on
Boris, you
referees,
require
and
80.
Linesman and
exactly that. It's days worth of stuff. Tots for Koltsov for 2-0. And it's particularly more difficult when it's between two teams that you don't know too much about in a lower league, and the amount of research you can get isn't too vastly available.
92. Boris, you require
Leads Tops for a 2-love lead. And 2-0 it is to Boris.
Third leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on. $125. $100.
Now, it was a day that was being built up as one that Daryl Pilgrim was going to dominate, but if anybody looks likely to really stamp their authority over this group, it is Boris Koltsov.
And his opponent, potentially.
The winner of this one will move on to 6 points. And it's looking more and more likely it's going to be Boris that
140.
is going to move his way clear. But that ton 40 there for Owens has threatened the throw of Koltsov in leg 3.
65. Jamie, you require 121.
This to evaporate the break that he accrued in leg 1. Koltsov, if Owens can find double 14 for the 1-2-1.
93.
Scared
Boris,
it.
Require 130.
Big moment in this match. Great first dart. Chase the treble. Strays wide. He's had a few, hasn't he, that's veered off to the left, and that one could prove costly.
70. Jamie, require 28.
2 14s, 2 7s. Not a nice double.
14. Boris, you require 60.
For 3-0 lead. Koltsov has 2 in hand at tops. Only needs the 1. Don't apologise, Boris. Koltsov in full control of this contest. He's 3-0 to the good. And Jamie Owens, who had a dream match against Daryl Pilgrim last time out, is having a bit of a disaster here. But maybe he can draw a little bit of inspiration from the previous match, because remember, Owens raced into a 3-0 lead and Pilgrim took it all the way. That's exactly what Jamie's trying to do right here.
$32.
Well, if we're going to stick with the football analogy, Owens is 3-0 down. He's going to have to rely on the spirit of Istanbul.
$60.
But it's just not looking likely right now. Oh, Koltsov fancies it from here. You could just see as soon as that first treble hit, his eyes lit up. And the lights lit up for the maxi.
Boris, you require 138.
Yep, first one of the contest. 117 left. Single 17 leaves him tops for
98.
a very convincing 4-0 win.
Tops left after 12.
40.
Koltsov just
Boris, you require
in
40.
the background, giving himself some mental motivation. It's 3 wins and 3 for Boris Koltsov. He moves on to 6 points in the group. He beats Jamie Owens by 4 legs to 0. It's the first game that's gone to that particular scoreline, and it's Koltsov who now races clear at the top of the group. That is how he's done so. 4 from 7 on the doubles, average just under 85. Coming up next, Kendrick Koordom and Owens and Teysen. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. That's the view from the back of the stage. If you look towards the top corner, you could have seen myself and Chris Mason up in the commentary box in our little cubby hole at the back of the venue.
This is probably the nicest commentary box. You know, it's like we usually just literally get a wooden box. This is lovely. Comfortable chairs and all the technology.
Yeah, it's better than some of the places we've been to. The off-tube ones seem to be the best ones, but it's a very nice view of all the action.
Game on.
Yeah, my football time, we've been into some horrid gantries. Have you ever seen the walk up to the Goodison Park gantry?
100.
No.
I'll show you in the next break. It's frightening, particularly when you go to lower league grounds. I've done Grimsby's before. And you're literally on this rickety-rockety ladder at the back of the stand, and the gantry is all the way up to the very top of this stand, and it's a big stand. And you're then on this seemingly uneven piece of scaffolding.
96.
Yeah, not for me, that. I like my feet firmly on the ground. Well, that was a first 180 for Kendrick. Made Simon a 1-3 favourite for this tie, and I suppose looking at the numbers, that would be about right.
58.
Well, as they say, records are for DJs. They still use them anymore.
92.
More MacBooks in it.
Kendrick, you require 120.
Can Koordom climb the ladder? He's going to have to head down a step first. He has got 6 from here to take out this opening leg, and he has had a couple of bounces. In fact, both players have had a few rejections from the board this morning.
76. Kendrick, you require 80.
Double 10. To take out leg 1. Koordom's on the board.
Koordom.
I certainly think he's enjoying this experience.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Very young man,
Game
18
on.
years of age, of course.
100.
When you think about the future that the sport in that part of the world has, he could well play a very big part in its future.
80.
As he has another bounce out. The first ADG qualifier. There will be another one for Series 9 of the Super Series. There is guaranteed
100.
an ADG representative in every Super Series going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, for the development and growth of our sport, it's imperative that we not only encourage but promote darts in other countries. Because you know what will happen if you found a real superstar from anywhere in the world, the sport there will grow. I went to Poland for the first time this year for one of the World Series events, and it was just absolutely bouncing there, and they loved the darts. So much so, we were in an absolutely enormous arena, and there wasn't a ticket to be had.
Well, we said it here at the Super Series in the past. Look at places like Sweden, for example, which has really grown over the last 12 months or so. Teysen looking to level up the Belgian, another hotbed of the sport, and that's a hot finish to square this contest up.
Yeah, I think what's changed is the opportunities now available to players.
Third leg, it's
very
Kendrick
much
to throw first.
like what we're seeing here with these two guys, both come through qualifying events to take their place.
70.
You know, prior to the PDC, it was the BDO, but even then the opportunities were fairly limited for many years, which is why I don't think we saw the growth as you'd expect. I mean, the Swedish Open, another really old tournament. Wow.
That nearly hit him. Fair to say, he throws them with a bit of authority.
Yeah, when they do go in, they really do go in. Well, that treble 20 wire has taken a bit of a battering.
And we have got some news from Oki's side, and that Kendrick has changed his darts for his third match.
85.
The barrel is different compared to what he was throwing in games 1 and 2.
100.
And those
60.
darts are seemingly
Kendrick
doing the
require
job because he's averaging in
101.
excess of 90 in this contest and could be 2-1 up. He's got the only ton plus finish of the day so far. That was the ton on the nose, and he missed his double
85.
16 for the
Simon,
101.
you require 136.
We did find some numbers for
42.
Kendrick.
Kendrick, you require 16.
I'll be the first to
Game shot
admit,
on a third
I
leg.
feared for him
Kendrick Koordom.
because some of those numbers were a little
Fourth
worrying.
leg. It's Simon to throw first.
At the
Game on.
moment, he's going along very nicely here, averaging 90.07,
70.
which is, well above anything we've seen from him recently.
By far the best numbers we've seen all told
100.
from him, but it goes back to the point that we made a little bit earlier on about how these conditions differ to other setups in other arenas around the world. And
100.
this is perfectly set up for the players to play at their absolute premium best, and we're seeing that in the case of Kendrick.
140.
Sometimes see that certain venues don't correlate to the best numbers, and maybe what we're learning from Kendrick is
41.
in those events that he's played to get, he hasn't played anywhere near his peak. And also, and I mean this with the
100.
greatest respect in the world, playing better players brings a better level out of you as well.
Absolutely. Well, if you don't, you'll get swallowed up.
60.
And we
Kendrick, you require 161.
touched on it earlier. Sometimes you can just be inspired. I think that's what we're... Well, it's a combination of all
97.
those elements.
Kendrick's the third South African to play on this stage. Devon
28.
Peterson and
Kendrick,
Simon
you
Adams
require
was the first.
64.
Well, this is the exact thing that myself and
48.
Simon were discussing when he was here, and he is very much pro the development and the
60.
development of the youngsters
Kendrick, you
in
require
South
16.
Africa, as is Devon Peterson, of course, who's
Game
campaigned
shot on
for
fourth leg.
for
Kendrick
many
Koordom.
years for more opportunities for South African players.
Fifth leg. It's
Dare I
Kendrick
say
to
it,
throw first. Game on.
It could have been detrimental to himself because he really does put himself out there to
60.
promote darts in that part of the world.
Well, Devon Peterson's doing a lot of promotional work, or still based in the UK, playing a lot of tournaments, whereas Simon Adams seems to be the boots on the ground.
81.
But between them and the African Darts Group, they're doing a great job of promoting the sport and giving opportunities to players, which is why this partnership is so invaluable. And this performance from Koordom has been showing why there needs to be more opportunities in this part of the world, averaging just under 90.
45.
However, he could have his throw taken away from him here.
Does have the insurance policy, of
45.
course, of having the darts in the decider if it does go that way.
44.
It may well be a case that he's going to have to rely on that. Because Teysen's left himself on a double after 12. He's having another one of those legs that we've seen from him today, where when it's all pieced together, it's very, very
54.
good.
Simon, you require 36.
Seems like a player, if he can find some consistency, could be a severe threat.
$60. Simon, you require 36.
Very quick to the hockey.
No score.
And he is spurned to another
You
three
require 157.
to save the match. This is to win the match. But Koordom isn't going to take out the 157.
80. Simon, you require
This time, the 36 is under pressure.
Maybe that's what he needed, just to switch him on a bit.
Sixth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Playing to ponder for that young man.
38.
But opening there, following a poor start from Teysen.
100.
What Kendrick cannot do is force the issue. Just
100.
needs to not necessarily coast, but just try and play with a bit of freedom.
100.
It's very much like a swan on the water. Above it looks all serene,
57.
but underneath, legs are going like billy-o.
100.
Well, it's a solid enough leg, 3 tons. And it's been enough.
134.
Up until that point. And now the power scoring really has to come into play.
100.
That's the perfect red pen leg. 4 tons and a 101 out.
100. Kendrick, you require 101.
But it may have to go because Teysen's left himself on a 2-darter. Triple 19 for double 12 to win the game in style.
89.
And to have
Simon
really
to require
announced himself
72.
on the Super Series stage. Tops.
Game shot on
And
the
we
sixth
go
leg,
all the way
Simon
again.
Teysen.
Shouldn't be so surprised.
7th and final leg. It's Kendrick to throw first.
Well, Doom had a dart at double 12 on the back of the 101 to win the match. And now this match goes all the way. Just like
125.
5 of the previous 7 matches before this one did. That record of 10 4-3s in a day is still very much on because this is the 6th game to go the distance on this Monday morning.
It is Monday morning, just.
70.
As the pressure just
57.
begun to toll or tell for Kendrick here. Couple of slips into the single 5. One thing he's been doing very well in this game is actually keeping his dart straight.
45.
But he veered wide at the worst time and starting up top as well.
85.
Not a good sign on 306. More like it. More like it! Credit has to go where credit's due. Missed a match start at double 12 in the previous
Kendrick, you
leg.
require 81.
Should get another match start from here. He's going to get 2 more at double 12. And this time he finds, and Kendrick Koordom gets his first win on the Super Series stage. He gets the better of Simon Teysen by 4 legs to 3. A real good performance that. Average of 87.5. A real improvement from what we've seen previously. He beats Teysen 4-3 for his first taste of a win on the Super Series stage. Coming up after the break, Daryl Pilgrim and Jarno Bottenberg. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kendrick Koordom got his first win on the main stage, getting the better of Simon Teysen by 4 legs to 3. Our middle match in terms of the day, this is game 9, the final game from the third round of fixtures, sees Daryl Pilgrim and Jarno Bottenberg go toe-to-toe. Well, Bottenberg has won both of his matches so far, a 4-2 and a 4-3 win for the Dutchman up against Daryl Pilgrim, who before dart was thrown was the 3-10 favourite to win Group A, but has yet to register a win, and he's going to have to find one now. Otherwise, the bookmakers could be on the receiving end of a little bit of a hiding, because his back will be somewhat against the wall.
First leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from both, I think Daryl, despite not picking up a win, is playing at a much higher level than
100.
Than Jarno. But some days it just doesn't happen. But I certainly expect
58.
Daryl to turn things around here. I still won't be shocked if he goes on to win the group, to be honest, even with 2 defeats from 2 matches.
Just get the sense
100.
that everybody's waiting for Daryl to really click into gear. Hasn't played bad. Hasn't played bad at all.
No, averages of 89-39 and 89-59, which is better than anything else we've seen,
58.
with the exception of the 99-85 from Jamie Owens, which was against Daryl.
And the thing with Pilgrim as well is
58.
because of what he's done, we judge him very differently compared to most other players that walk in this building.
Yeah, it's a compliment.
It's actually a conversation I was having
99.
with Connor Scott a few weeks ago. Another player who we rate very highly, and as a consequence, we set the bar very highly.
58. Daryl,
Yeah,
you're
our
up by
expectations are
144.
adjusted accordingly.
And personally, I think it's a good thing that sometimes you're
103,
criticised for not being at your best by playing really well, than perhaps us complimenting things that you would say is poor.
41.
Yeah, I mean, he's nowhere near his best,
you
and he's still
require
been tough to beat.
51.
He's still only just been edged out full 3.
Double 16.
Game shot on
1-0
the first
Pilgrim.
leg. Daryl
And it's something he's had to adjust to over the last couple of years, that pressure that's been beset on his shoulders.
Second leg, it's Jarno to throw first.
Yeah, and that's something
Game
that
on.
takes a while to get used to.
45.
And that the expectations, and you just feel it. I was favourite to win the World Championships, of course, after beating Barneveld. I was installed as the tournament favourite, and it puts a completely different, just when you walk into a room, people look at you different and you feel different.
Suppose the bookies can't get them all right, can they?
No, unfortunately.
59.
But I feel like this might be a part of the year that
91.
Daryl won't mind, because he's going to be a little bit under the radar because of what other people are doing. Connor Scott, Wesley Plaisir, Christian Kiss, Van Schie, Crabtree, Duff. They're all doing things where Daryl can just lay low a little bit under the radar, which was kind of where he came to prominence, where he wasn't being spoken up, but was doing special things to a point where he became the man. He became one of the faces of the Super Series for a long while, and if he wins this week, he will join Steve Weston appearing at 4 Champions Weeks. It'll be his 4th weekly title. He already has 3 in the locker in this format. And actually,
96.
him and Matt Clark were on that little collision course, weren't they, last year, where they were jousting one another as to who was going to reach which achievement first.
60.
Pilgrim beat Clark to
Daryl,
2
you
weekly
require
titles, and then
74.
Clark picked Pilgrim to 3 weekly titles, although Pilgrim did win the week after. Clark made it 3 weekly titles.
Pilgrim makes it
second
2-0.
leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
And this is the kind of level we expect from
Third leg,
Pilgrim.
it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
very comfortable at the moment, averaging 97.
As for Jarno, he really hasn't got going. The
60.
4 points he's got to his name, he'll feel very much bonus points when you consider the levels of performance that I'd say he's attained, but really hasn't attained this morning.
No, it's all been fairly low key.
96.
Bottenberg will be playing at the Lakeside in December, the WDF World
57.
Championship, because that Dutch Open win gives you a automatic passage to the tournament.
Yeah, it was one of those gold events, I think they call them, isn't it?
I think that one's the major platinum event. I think it's...
Oh, well, as it should be.
32.
It's definitely one of the biggest events in that system, without any shadow of a doubt.
Well, as far as opens go, certainly the hardest one to win.
140.
I think there's 3 or 4 opens that have a real prestigious nature. The Dutch Open, Isle of Man, British Open, and the Denmark Open. I think they are still massive, massive tournaments,
99.
and I think still very well respected by the players.
125.
Nearly a second max for Jarno. Yet to see one from Pilgrim.
100. Jarno, you require 79.
Hasn't had an opportunity at a double yet in this match, which is going to change here. Tops.
59. Daryl, you require 140.
This is for 3-0. Hasn't missed a dart at a double yet as Pilgrim, but he's not going to get one.
Don't mind him staying there. It looked a really good guide.
82. Jarno, you require 20.
He has missed a lot of darts at double
Jarno
today, Jarno
third leg.
Bottenberg, but
Jarno
no mistake
Bottenberg.
there. With a double 10, back to 2-1. Main thing is doubling woes so
Fourth
far
leg.
today.
It's
4
Jarno
from
to throw
17
first.
against Koordom and
Game on.
4 from 11 against Teysen.
Yeah, and that's reflected in his overall average.
100. 140. 41. 96. 123.
Should be down on the 19s. 5 of them leave. Well, he can go upstairs to leave 167 had he found the
58.
treble 20. But the 5 19s would have left 170, which is why the players will start there on 265.
58. 99.
Well, this game feels like it's at a bit of a crossroads point. Bottenberg
137.
on the cusp
Daryl,
of leveling up at
require
2-2.
108.
Pilgrim cannot find the 108. Which would swing the game in his favour.
86 left, so treble 18.
26.
Made it.
Jarno, you require 42.
Absolute mess of that lot.
Double 9.
Game shot.
Found
fourth
for a level
leg.
match is
Jarno
2-2.
Bottenberg.
Pilgrim, who had led 2-0, looked in control of this contest, but Bottenberg
Fifth
has
leg.
battled
It's Daryl
back
to throw first.
to level this contest
on.
up.
$59. 100.
Don't forget, you can get in contact with us, courtesy of the YouTube chat room. However, beware, because
58.
Mace has got his finger on the pulse today, so anything a little bit silly, then Mace will let you know
81.
in no uncertain terms. My favourite one was somebody earlier said, "Why are you not reading out comments on the chat room?"
140.
Yeah, the modern world.
134. $108.
One apiece in that column.
100. Daryl, you require 64.
For a 3-2 lead. 2 8s.
Gave Sean
Superb
a
for
fifth
Pilgrim
flag.
because he was
Daryl
being put under it by Bottenberg, but he comes back out swinging and now is a leg away from his first win of the day.
Sixth flag. It's Yano
14
to throw
darter to
first.
boot.
Game on.
And looking to put Das Boot in on Bottenberg.
100.
Remember later on this week, Group B looks really interesting this week. Andy Davidson, a player that we both rate very highly, being there alongside Ted Everts and Mark McGeaney, the Gladiator. And Derek Coulson, I think, is the player that we're going to watch very intently in Group C. A player that we, again, both rate very highly.
Yeah, he's been
96.
producing good, solid numbers for a good spout. And he will fancy it.
91.
Certainly think he may be one of those players that will come through the seniors qualifiers at some point.
$126. Yano, you require 107.
6 starts to take us all the way. Beautiful first. Doesn't have to go for it.
122.
Had a poke at the bullseye, but unable to find. Well, we thought this could be the highest quality contest of the day, and actually having a look at the stats and the numbers is living up somewhat to that type.
117. Yano, you require 48.
Pilgrim averaging 94, but he may be taken to the well because Bottenberg looking at double 16, finds it. And the 14 darter of Pilgrim to move 3-2 up has been cancelled out by a 14 of Bottenberg's own. And guess what? We're going all the way again
It's Daryl to throw
for the
first.
7th time in 9 matches.
Here's one for you, Henry. How does Modus decide which of the new players get the advantage of Group B compared to Group C?
Right, here we go then. Champions Week Group Deciphering
98.
Explanation Volume 1. So, the 12 players who win their respective weeks are then decided upon their averages of the week that they've won. The top 6 players will be given Group A. They get given the whole week, and thus as a consequence of the prize structure, they'll get more prize money and also 2 opportunities to qualify for the Champions Night. Obviously, they get divvied up as per normal into Group B and C based on their performances in the Group A. Group B will then be players 7, 8, 9 in the averages for the series, whilst 10, 11 and 12 or any alternate that comes in as a reserve will be put into a Group C. Now, if a player declines their original group, if they're in an A or a B, their average will get deleted and they'll automatically be placed into Group C.
There you go. Beautifully explained. Someone asks, where's Paul Hinks? Probably having a much-needed rest. Our other resident referee.
57.
Jack Garwood is our referee this week at the Super Lounge. We did, of course, used to be the Live Lounge.
98. Yano, you require 107.
So it's a combination of, I quite liked it. Super Lounge. I'm into that. I'm feeling that.
Is this going to be a super finish to end a super match?
Well, if it had gone in, it would have summed up Daryl's day so far.
Daryl, you require 90.
But this has to go.
Jarno's been nowhere near these numbers so far today.
Tops of the match. And Pilgrim is on the board. He's taken in 3 games to get that elusive first win, but he has got those first 2 points. He has beaten Bottenberg in a last leg decider 4-3. An upturn in terms of performance as well for Mr. P, an average of 92.5, 4 from 5 on the doubles. As for Jarno, he had opportunities in that match. He clawed it back from 2-0 behind, but was unable to beat Mr. P. And so next up, Jamie Owens against Kendrick Koordom.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 3 rounds of matches have been completed on this Monday morning. Well, that's the set at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what has been beset is, since round 1, we've seen every single game go in the favour of the player who's had the darts. In matter of fact, 5 of those 6 have gone 4-3. This is how the table looks. Boris Koltsov, the only player to have won every game thus far. Bottenberg and Owens have won 2 from 3. Daryl Pilgrim, who was 3-10 with the bookies before dart was thrown, on 2 points. Alongside Kendrick Koordom, Simon Teysen is without a point. So, into the first game of the 4th round of fixtures, it sees Kendrick in action up against Jamie. Jamie at his rip-roaring best has put in the best performance of the day. Average of 99.85 in that 4-3 win against Daryl Pilgrim. But there were signs of improvement from Kendrick in his last game, changing the darts, changing the equipment, and it was a change of fortunes as a result of it, because he got the better of Simon Teysen in a last leg decider. But the question is, what Jamie Owens are we going to see? Because we've seen a really good performance, but we also saw a little bit of a ropey one against Boris Koltsov last time out.
Yeah, and last time out, Kendrick producing some of his best darts. I mean, it was an
First
all-round
it's Jamie to throw first.
proper game of darts. 2 180s, 50% on his doubles, an average of 87.5. If he can play to in and around that level, you may be able to get Jamie at it.
83.
But his
82.
win against Simon is a match I'm sure he will watch back with interest. That's the beauty of this. A lot of the players will go back to their
137.
hotel room or Airbnb and just analyse and see if you can pick up things on why during
96.
that performance was I better than another performance. What was I doing differently? Was it a fundamental issue, or is it a psychological
100.
issue? And they can pretty much do it on the fly. It's another thing or another reason why the players really do enjoy this format and structure.
But you have to be careful with that, not to overanalyze it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you just sort of scan and just see if you can pick up on things that you may be doing that you're not realizing. It's
82. Jamie require 41.
Well, miss for 1-0 lead.
Jack wants to know, Chris and Henry, what's your pre-commentary meal? Well,
Game shot on the first leg.
normally when
Jamie
I'm
Owens.
gymming, which I haven't been for a while, but will this week
Second
because
leg,
it
it's
gives me
Kendrick to
something
throw
to do
first.
after work.
Game on.
I will fast, and then train and then eat.
100.
Although, of course, we'll have our traditional curry night when we work together at some point this week.
We will.
Maybe Wednesday?
Yep, sounds good to me.
140.
Have you found any decent curry houses of late? Have you?
Tell you what, that one we went to last time was quite good.
It was quality.
44.
See if we can get it on the company expenses. I highly doubt it.
140.
Yeah, that's not happening.
60.
So hearing that Jamie only really started playing darts during lockdown, when we've had a lot of stories like that.
97.
Cam Crabtree was another example, wasn't it, of a player that really used lockdown to an advantage.
180. Jamie require 124.
Owens is hoping to have this game under lock and key. Bullseye. Does not go. There's been a lot of darts
Kendrick,
at the board today which have gone
117.
way offline. Chipper 19 tops. Does not go. So Owens for 2-0 lead. Look at it, 35.
35.
Double 16.
Game
2-0
shot on the
Owens.
second leg.
And it's
Jamie
another
Owens.
really good performance.
Yeah, averaging 100 back-to-back 15
Third
dart
leg,
legs.
it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Have you been away this year at all, Henry, or are you planning something in the near future?
Well, I went to Dublin for a couple of days. I
59.
was working on the Euros and I had a couple of days off, so I went
Nice.
to Dublin. That was an experience. Let's just
An
put it that way.
expensive one?
Phew. Put it this way: pint of Guinness
100.
at the Temple Bar, €11.50. Looking at booking a couple of holidays in the autumn.
Yes, me and Charlotte are off to
85.
Santorini in a month.
Oh, lucky for some, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just going to look at
68.
some holes in my diary, and for that point onwards, I think I will get out of here.
100.
Which is good news for a lot of people watching this, because they can unmute the commentary for a couple of weeks.
Someone asking here,
59.
Henry and Chris, do you think this South African kid can be competitive in Group C?
I think Monday's always a hard guide to really assess a player, but the glimpses that we are seeing, if he can piece it together, I think he's got a very good chance. But I think we'll learn a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit I didn't know a lot about Jamie Owens, and I looked through Darts Atlas at the numbers available, and I certainly wouldn't have him down as a player who was playing at this level. So you never know.
57.
Sometimes venues like this can like I said, can inspire you and take your game up a level.
I think it's one of those where we learn the answer on day 2, but this game could be over very quickly because Owens has left double 10 for 3-0 lead.
Game shot on a third leg.
Luke's give us a tip for a curry house, but it's in Southampton, and well, we'll be Ubering, won't we?
First. Game on.
To be fair, we did enjoy one or two ones.
Was it Tamarind, the one in Southampton? I think it was Tamarind, wasn't it?
That was one of them. There was another one which name escapes me.
41.
It was just off the high street, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think that was the first time we worked together, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Experience for the pair of us.
60.
We've also been given away in the nearby village of Wickham.
Do you know where that is?
Yes, that's not. It's about 15-minute drive away. To be fair, it's a really nice part of the world, so it doesn't surprise me that there's a decent
91.
ruby
Kendrick,
there.
161.
As long as they have Cobra, it doesn't matter. Koordom looking at 101 to bring it back to 3-1. And Owens has been
49.
nowhere to be seen in this leg. However, this is against the throw as far as the T-sider is concerned. And this is double 12 to add the 101 to the ton that he had earlier on today.
Yeah, still the only player to have
Fifth flag. It's Jamie to throw first.
a ton plus finish.
Game on.
I say the 100 against Boris, and now the 101 against Jamie Owens. Or is it just a parting gift?
58.
Well, the ton plus checkouts are going up incrementally at least.
Well, if he leaves 102 in this leg, then
54.
we know what's happening.
$100. 140. 82.
4 more after this. Oh, sorry, 5 more. Getting ahead of myself, Mace.
100.
Thinking about that ruby.
Getting peckish all of a sudden. But Jamie Owens is hungry to pick up his 3rd win from 4 matches. It's been a really good return on this opening day, but that bounce out means that he's going to be unable to leave a finish here, and it actually opens up the door for Kendrick to bring it back to 3-2. It'd also be a break of throw. The game would return to throw.
85.
Big last start. He's himself on a makeable finish, the 1-2-2. He's just the one treble to leave himself on the bullseye.
98. Kendrick, you
may
require
have to take it out.
122.
Treble for the bull. Does not go. And so this
90.
for the match,
Jamie,
for a
you require
3rd win
100.
from 4 on his debut day. Tops, or does he like the liar dart one? Went for tops. There's the first. There's the second. And Jamie Owens wins in style. It's a third win from 4 for the man from Stockton-on-Tees as he beats Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to 1. Both players with a ton plus checkout in that match. Jamie Owens with 1 to win the match. It's his third win of the days in fine fettle. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Jano Bottenberg up against Boris Koltsov. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jamie Owens got the better of Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, we're going to watch the Dutch Open champion, Jano Bottenberg, in action up against Boris Koltsov. Game 11 of 15 for us on this Monday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I am watching every single dart under the watchful eye of the twice World Championship semi-finalist, Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. What have you thought about this session so far, mate?
It's a fascinating look at how Daryl has dealt with the disappointment of being favourite and then dropping his opening 2 matches by the same scoreline of 4-3. The improvements of Kendrick, who, although in defeat, averaged 88.08 last time out. Before that, it was a win with a 87.48. So we're seeing a slightly different dynamic to his play. He's certainly playing better than we could have anticipated looking at the previous numbers we have available. I think 59. Boris is doing everything I expected Boris to do. I think we've seen flashes at times from everybody. I think the big surprise has been 41. Jamie Owens for me. I certainly, and again, we can only go on the numbers available, and he's obviously 46. Loving the experience and feels very comfortable on that stage.
Overall, it's been consistently inconsistent.
137.
Listen, when sport's predictable, it can be a little boring.
133.
That's certainly something you can't say for this session so far because, as you said, it's been predictably
59.
unpredictable.
You require 54.
Well, they saw 1-0 lead. 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on the
Finds
first
it with
leg.
dart 2.
Jano
Bottenberg, a leg 2 of the goods. Now, away from the Super Series, but incorporating
Second
the
leg, it's
Super
Boris to throw
Series, some
first.
news coming out of
Game
the ADC in the last few minutes. The latest batch of regional qualifiers for the Super Series will be taking place in the next few weeks. The dates for the regions have been announced.
Seeing if there's anything close to me.
$96.
Well, the Scottish qualifier will take place on September the 7th in Livingston in Ireland.
26.
On the 31st of August in Leitrim, Northern Ireland in Limvardy on the 25th of August. Wrexham for the Welsh qualifier on the 8th of September. Cramlington for the North East qualifier on the 1st of September. And then the 8th of September we'll see qualified in the North West, in Yorkshire and Humber, in Manchester and Bridlington, respectively. Now that's a famous starting place. The Midlands and South West, as well as the South East and London and the East of England, will have their qualifiers on the 1st of September in Walsall, Plymouth, Aylesbury and Histon.
100.
Scotland venue, Livingston. It's where I won my first ever world ranking event, Scottish Open.
81.
Absolutely
Boris
perfect
require
venue. Why they ever
145.
took it from there, I don't know. It was the same weekend they had the
65.
internationals on, so it made it even more pleasing because you had the best representatives from all over Europe there for
46. Boris, you require 80.
the Friday and Saturday.
Make it make sense. Double 10 to level up at 1-1.
Right on the wire. Yep,
Game shot on
it's
the
in.
second leg. Boris Koltsov.
Koltsov levels up 1-1. And the winner of those qualifiers will play here
Third leg,
at the
it's
Super
Jano to throw
Series,
first.
probably now moving
Game on.
into 2025 as opposed to 2024. The last batch of qualifiers took place a few weeks ago.
140.
And the players that will be playing here in Series 9 as a consequence of winning those qualifiers are
135.
Dean Finn, Neil Withers, Greg Ritchie, Darren Brown, Andrew McDermott, Carl Wilson, Steve Robertson, Steve Reynolds, Dan Nichols, Kevin Mills and Martin Turner.
100. 96.
Right, here's an interesting question which could end in me no longer being alive.
62.
Don't be too dramatic. Broken noses. You're hardly going to die from one of those, are you?
Henry, if your life was on the line
38.
and you needed either Nico or Mace to win the leg, who are you going with? Well, on the basis that Nico has hardly thrown a dart for God knows how long, I think I'd rather fancy my chances with Mace.
Someone asking, how is
81.
Simon's
Jano
play today
requires
when he's
60.
had averages of 75-71, 79-36 and 81-64. He's
Game shot on
yet
the
to
third
pick up a
leg.
win
Jano
as
Bottenberg.
Jarno takes the lead. Everything going with throw thus far.
Fourth leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
Kind of a game that's been played at the type of standard we've been used to seeing today. Low 80s, high 70s.
$97.
Going back to your point, I'm surprised that when, say, a Six Nations is held in a
140.
certain country, why they don't put their Open on top of it.
I know. Your venue's there. It's all set up. It doesn't make any
80.
sense.
because the thing is, the players that will play for your country will be happy to take a couple of days annual leave and play it in the midweek. So you play the competition on the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and then you play the Six Nations on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night. People,
91.
maybe tickets may not be the best, but admittedly over the last couple of years, a lot of it has been to a smaller crowd, and you'd still get people that would watch it on a
81.
YouTube stream.
Boris, you require
Absolutely.
170.
It just makes logistical sense. Afternoon, boys. Question here for Mace. I'm more of a fan of a
81.
front-weighted dart. Should I be using a longer or shorter point and a longer or shorter stem? Well, it's not down to where your dart is
65. Boris, you
weighted.
require
It's
89.
more of where on the dart is your release point and what kind of release you have. So you'd have to. It's a bit of a trial and error thing. There's no one size fits all, because a lot of it is dependent on the point of release, the kind of grip pattern you have.
100. Boris, you require 40.
Fairly new to darts. Any advice on dartboard maintenance? Yeah, buy a decent quality board. My recommendation would be
20.
the board
Yana,
being
you
used
require
here.
78.
And just rotate it every time you play on it. Just rotate it and keep rotating it and keep rotating it. Make sure you don't have dirty hands when you're playing, because, of course, if you transfer the
38.
bacteria from your hands onto the
Boris,
board,
you
it could go
require
mouldy.
20.
And like I said, just keep rotating it.
Game
Is
shot
this game rotating in the favour of Boris Koltsov, because he levels up at 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Yana.
Not happy, mind.
First. Game on.
Is 1-2-1 the best practice game? Yeah, I think for
68.
warming up 1-2-1 to 179 darts, especially if you're doing it with somebody else. I actually do it now. I've just increased the difficulty in my practice routine, so I do it on my own
140.
and only get the 6 darts.
140.
Luke's on the ball regarding the Ruby. It's 14 minutes, 10 miles in an Uber from the Super Lounge
100.
to Wickham. Nice one, Luke. We'll let you know if we end up going there.
108.
Do you reckon he owns that particular venue?
Is there any discount available?
First drink on the house?
60. Yana, you require 113.
This is the big number, but it's not going to cost him in this visit.
73.
But here's his venue. Shall we have a free bottle of Sauvignon Blanc? I know you're partial to good Savvy B, Mace.
100. Yana,
Preferably
you require
from
40.
the Marlborough region of New Zealand. We're not too far from where the darts was last weekend. As
35.
Yarno fluffs his lines, and what an opportunity. And again, this key 5th leg, Henry.
Key moment. Could be a turning point. Double 16. Koltsov fires the 101. He apologises to Jarno Bottenberg because he has stolen the leg from underneath his nose. And he cannot believe it.
Game on.
As you mentioned, how key these 5th legs can be in matches, and Koltsov has the ascendancy and has ran with that ascendancy. And if he wins this game, he could well be beginning to run away with the group, because he'd be the first player to 8 points, but not just that. At the moment, his legs difference is +7. He wins this game, that's what it will be, because obviously he's won by a leg's margin. It could be +8 if he wins it 4-2.
Well, he's certainly looking the most likely.
131.
That's a clever visit.
$135.
You want to be on the receiving end of one of them, would you? But Bottenberg's on the receiving end of Boris right now. And Koltsov 141 points away from his 4th consecutive victory. Not to be this time. Bottenberg will get a chance to reprieve the match.
65. Yana, you require
He'll be open to
130.
get a dart at the ball. Only needs one treble 20 in the combination. There's one of them. Oh, that's a bonus. Double 5.
120. Boris, you
2
require
from 8 on his
76.
doubles. And that could ultimately be his downfall. Because Koltsov looks at double 8, but
No
he's
score.
burst it low into the double 16.
Yana, you require
Yeah, he's done it
10.
twice. And that's the second time today. He's gone for the double 8 and slipped into the
Game shot on a 6th leg.
next
Yana
double.
Bottenberg.
And what that means is we go to a deciding leg, and it's Jarno
7 from final leg.
with the
It's Yana
arrows.
to throw first.
I think that was
Game
what
on.
Boris was gesticulating there. Twice he's done that today. Bottenberg keeping his
58.
bottle. And we go all the way, unsurprisingly, to a last leg decider again.
Is that 6 or
100.
7?
This is the 8th last leg decider of the day.
Wowzers.
We getting paid by the leg.
78.
Wish we were. We don't get paid overtime, I know that.
81.
Of course, back in the days of the Championship League, every single leg you got paid if you won.
Yes, that's right, yeah. Played in it.
The only tournament you played in for free, wasn't it?
140.
Pretty sure I was in a group with Dubby. Mark Dubbridge.
140.
Well, Bottenberg here has recovered well after Koltsov made a mess of that double 8.
75. Yana, you require 100.
This is to win the game for free. Having come back from behind. There's the treble. There's the single. And there's the tops to get over the line in style. And he can now release those pent-up emotions. The frustration was running wild at points for Jarno Bottenberg. He had opportunities to move 3-2 up. He then saw Koltsov take out the 101. But it was he who had the last word. And it's the last word that counts more than anything else. He takes out the 120 to get over the line against Boris Koltsov for free. Coming up next, it's Teysen and Pilgrim.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the 2nd leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the 3rd leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the 2nd leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the 1st leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the 2nd leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where this time next week, Champions Week will be getting underway at the Modus Super Series. Daryl Pilgrim has been there 3 times before in his career, and he's looking to join Steve West in becoming one of only a couple of players who have appeared there 4 times. He takes on Owens and Teysen in the final game of the 4th round of matches on this Monday afternoon. Pilgrim, who was the 3-10 favourite with the odds compilers before dart was thrown, lost his first couple, but recovered with a 4-3 win against Bottenberg last time out with an average of 92.5 and was 4 from 5 on his doubles. As far as Owens and Teysen is concerned, when he's been good, he's been very good, but hasn't been able to really put those bursts together into a more consistent basis. But he's going to have to if he's going to get a result here against Mr. P.
Yeah, I think that's just the very nature of his throw. He will have those spells. We picked up on it very, very early. And as you rightly said, when he's good, he's good.
58.
Although you can pretty much say that for the majority of the really, really quick throwers.
125.
If you look at the amount of movement and the amount of rotation in the wrist,
85.
and compare that to Pilgrim, where there's as few moving parts as possible, the wrist doesn't break, he gets completely to the end of the throw, effectively pointing at the target.
It's a repetitive motion, and that's because, as you mentioned, because there's so few parts, it's so easy to replicate, whereas with Teysen, there's so much going on.
Correct.
$74. Simon, you require
136 here for Teysen to take the opening leg. This could be a moment of his more majestic brilliance. What he is going to do is leave himself on a double and forces Pilgrim to take out his first ton plus checkout of the day. In fact, these two now, the only players who've had a ton plus checkout on day 1. Double 18. And that's why a lot of players go 16s on the 104, because a missed straight dart means you still leave a finish. Pilgrim takes out the 104, and he needs 1-0.
To throw first. Game on.
Pilgrim looks pumped.
Well, after picking up his first win last time out, he's got his
58.
His tail up. He knows he has to be pretty much perfect from here, and he's going to keep himself
85.
right in the mix to win the group, especially having seen Boris lose last time out.
Yeah, Pilgrim's record for the day reads a little bit like his beloved football team's score yesterday against Brentford, 2-1 down.
33.
Although, to be fair, it shouldn't have been 2-1. They should have had a goal, which was ruled out because the referee blew his whistle a bit too early. And because the referee blew his whistle, the play goes dead and VAR can't do anything about it. Nothing Teysen could do about this. Pilgrim's beginning to move into one of his rampage-like spells. It's just over a year ago he averaged 122. He's averaging 114 here. And it's on for a potential 11-dart leg. Double 16. Perfection for Mr. P.
Beautiful leg. 11-darter.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Not his best leg of the day. Had a 10, of course.
6.
This is what we mean about Daryl. When it clicks, it really does click. And the wheels are in motion. He's one of the best players we've ever seen in this building. And he is discovering one of those real Pilgrim purple patches.
41.
The best bit about it is, at the moment, he is
93.
averaging 115.78. Now, if a lot of players are averaging this at this time of the game, we'd be waxing lyrical all about it, but
60.
Pilgrim's made it look like a bit of a stroll in the park.
We know where his ceiling is, 122.69.
Poor Denny older Coulter.
60.
In fact, Daryl Pilgrim has the record for best weekly average in terms of winning a week. That week, which had 118 and the 122, he averaged 96.1 for the whole campaign. That's a record that still hasn't been beaten. I don't even think Connor Scott beat that. He was electrifyingly good in week 8.
Yeah, it was remarkable.
Probably the one thing that's missing from the Snipers collection is a real big un. And this would be a big un.
45.
Luke Littler calls it a big title. I ain't disagreeing with him.
$100. $100. Daryl, you require 64.
For a free hit played. 16. And Trusty Tops.
Game shot on a third leg.
Free
Daryl
Love Pilgrim averaging 102.48. 3 from 3 on his doubles. It is a majestic
Fourth
performance.
Leg. It's Daryl to throw first.
For the man from Koordom. Well, Simon really isn't enjoying himself right now, is he?
98.
No, I don't think anybody would be.
Gonna have to buck your ideas up, Simon.
100.
However, in response to the previous comment, there's not much many could do when Daryl Pilgrim's in a mood a little bit like this.
41.
Simon pretty much played to his numbers. Pilgrim playing at his enigmatic best. What was it we were saying? He hasn't averaged above the ton mark since April. Well, that could very much be under threat here because he's left himself on 129 after 9, averaging 106.
Yep, and if he can take
60.
the 129 out,
You require 129.
will go up more than that. Trouble 20 ball, I don't think he'll risk the ball. 90 remaining. Treble 18.
57.
That's also assuming that he's aware about how he's playing right now because he just looks so in the zone. And this is the Daryl Pilgrim which we've been waiting to see. The all-conquering flying eagle who looks set to sail towards a 4-0 win.
48.
But he cannot convert, and the average tips to a ton on the nose. He won't care about the average, but what he will enjoy is the fruits of his labour in this match. It's been a superb performance. And a 4-0 win, which tells the rest of the field that Daryl Pilgrim is still the man to beat. In the end, the average is just under a ton, but at points, it was way in excess of 106. Pilgrim with a statement performance, an average of 98.5, 4 from 7 on the doubles. In fact, the only darts he did miss in that match were for the match, including that 104 checkout to start. Pilgrim wins 4-0. Bottenberg and Owens kicks off the final round of fixtures after this.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final.
Game
And
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet.
We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 4 rounds of play has been completed on this Monday morning, and it has seen Boris Koltsov, Bottenberg and Jamie Owens all tied at the top on 6 points. But Daryl Pilgrim, who lost his first 2 games on the day, is mounting a bit of a charge, a 4-0 win and a great performance against the pointless Owens and Teysen before the break has seen him on 4th. Teysen have had a win. Kendrick Koordom with 1 win to his name. We'll see the bottom 2 in the final 2, but it's Bottenberg and Owens who will go toe-to-toe in game 13. The winner of this one will finish the day on 8 points, and a very good return for their first day here at the Modus Live Lounge. Bottenberg in his second appearance. As for Owens, it's been a superb debut day. I suppose the Modus Live Lounge has felt like the Modus Super Lounge for Jamie thus far. The footballer who's playing here because he's injured in his...
Game on.
Well, I'd say the sport that he plays the best, but I think the way he's been playing today, he may say that darts is the #1 sport right now.
I wonder how much inspiration that Jarno will take from that performance against the fancied Boris Koltsov. It was an electrifying start to the day for Jamie in a match where he hit 318. He did miss a fair few darts at doubles, but he backed it up with a really good performance, 99.85 in beating Daryl Pilgrim. But
140.
Since then, went off the boil against Boris with a 73.57. But bounced back with an 87 average against Kendrick. All about trying to limit that range.
82.
And that's the big difference at this level compared to the highest level is the A games of a lot of players that play here isn't too dissimilar to the A games of players that we see high up on the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Jamie,
the difference is that B game does not correlate. And Connor Scott is a great example of that.
Yeah, if you look in a season and sort of take their, I don't know, you've got a big enough sample to say the 5 best averages they've produced and then the 5 lowest averages they've produced. The ones that find themselves
81.
higher up in the table, that range will be a lot smaller than those competing here and on the Challenge Tour.
Double 10.
32.
Does not go. And so Bottenberg will
89.
get a chance, well, he should at the very least get a dart at the bullseye to save his throw.
Really fortunate, I feel, against Boris in that match. He won 4-2.
35. Jamie, you require 10.
Boris, of course, did have an opportunity to win the match.
Game shot on the first leg.
Spurned when he found the double 16 next to the double 8 on a 76 finish.
Second leg.
It's not the first time we've seen Jarno Bottenberg at that table looking a bit deflated. And the reason why we talk about Connor Scott as a example is because we saw him at the then Live League 3 years ago now, can you believe? And he played some really good stuff in that arena, got his tour card, and at his best was very competitive, was making quarterfinals, semi-finals, etc. But when that B game was needed, it wasn't quite there. That's why he dropped off the tour. But one thing he's worked really hard at this year is ironing out those creases, and he's going to be on the tour next year. Let's be honest about it. Whether it's via the Challenge Tour or via Q School, I'd be shocked if we see Connor Scott here for another year. And he'll go back there a better player, more refined, because he's learnt what the difference is between the two levels.
60.
Interesting question in the chat. Hi, Chris Henry. Which nation would have the strongest team if you had
100.
2 players without a tour card from each nation? And which players would it be? I'd probably say Andy Bolton and John Henderson.
Plaisir and Kiss would be a tough team to beat.
Yeah, and in terms of ranking, I do believe they're the 2 highest. Yeah, they're ranked 2 and 3 currently on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Plaisir and Kiss, that is.
Jamie, you require 80.
Connor Scott is top, and Lee Cox or Daryl Pilgrim. Yeah, that would be some team.
Dutch team of Lukasiak and Harris would be a bit handy.
70.
Although you could make an argument that Plaisir and Van Schie would be a very handy pairs partnership.
Yeah, especially the way Jimmy's been playing of late.
Jamie, you require 10.
Well, Owens is 1 from 6 on the doubles. And is floundering around again, double 2.
6.
Would have been for a 2-0 lead.
You require 126.
Well, this would be a nick. Absolute steal of a leg if Bottenberg takes out the 1-2-6. Oh, daylight robbery.
120.
Players unable to hatchet the Italian job.
Game shot on a second leg.
Double 2 for 2-0.
Yep. No drama there in the end.
Third leg, it's Jarno to
Not that I need to justify what I said live on air. It was a play on words, Charlie.
Do keep
121.
Up. It's a little bit of banter, pal. Simon's a very nice chap, and I wouldn't say anything untowards against any player.
134.
His life must be hard when you're sat in your Spider-Man pyjamas.
$140.
Did you manage to buy that pair since the last time you were here?
No, it's been a bit warm for Jim Jam's mate.
60.
We shall swiftly move on from that.
Jack thinks Connor Scott and Daryl Pilgrim. It's hard to disagree. That'll certainly be the England team. And then I'd go with Henderson and Andy Bolton for the Scottish team. And then Wesley Plaisir and Kist.
100.
Welsh team would be an interesting call.
Yeah, Richie Burnett's up there, isn't he?
Probably Burnett and Warburton, would you say?
Ooh, yeah.
100. Jarno, you require 86.
Well, this is for 3-0. Sorry, for 2-1. 18 pull. Bullseye.
42.
There's been a lot of darts at the ball today that have not even looked close. This is for 3-0. For the double break, double 12. Owens free up.
Leg,
and
Owens.
Bottenberg is getting battered.
Fourth leg,
Forget Jarno Bottenberg, it's Jarno Batteredberg right now.
Game on.
Just looking on that, the dev tour, Vessel Nyman is Well, it's already looks like it's pretty much job done. He's $5.5 grand clear at the top. Nico Springer, Keane Barry, Nathan Rafferty, Van Veen.
108.
Bo Greaves currently in 8th spot.
You have a decent Polish team with Białecki and Kachuk as well.
59.
But you can have a moment of perfection here from Jarno. There's 4. There's 5. But we're not going to get 6 of the very best.
Well, we did want to do a World Cup pairs, didn't we?
55.
Maybe one of the special weeks that will happen in the future.
I've still not got off my high horse about the World Masters special.
95.
I will put out picket lines outside if I have to.
Get a big billboard done.
81. Jarno, you
Well, this has been a good leg in response to go 3-0 down from Bottenberg.
54.
He's himself double 16 after 12. I feel like with Jarno, because he hasn't played a lot, we're maybe going to see his better stuff towards the end of the day
32.
when he got his arm in. And I think it's what we're beginning to see here. Double 4. Doesn't go.
Well,
Jamie,
this
you
would be
require
some way
170.
to win it. There's a nice little Irish pairing, Duff and McGarry. Oof.
The fish. Would have been the 100th here at the live lounge if he'd pinned that.
100. Jarno, you require 4.
To stay in it. In fact, Jared Cole has the most 170s here with 4.
Is that right? Go on, Jared.
Doesn't tell anybody about it. Double 2
Game shot
to
of
bring it back to
flag,
3-1.
Jarno Bottenberg.
And remember, Bottenberg has already won a game from 3-1 behind today. He may do it from 3-0.
Flag. It's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
Neil says he marked for Connor Scott yesterday on the Challenge Tour, and he is on fire.
Say that again.
81.
And we're meant to be impartial. We are impartial in the job that we do here, but it's also nice to see good guys doing well.
100.
Connor's one of those people that when he turned up initially to the then live league was very raw. Had a lot of talent, but was very raw. But wanted to pick a lot of people's brains. And
yeah, I spent a fair bit of time chatting to him. I know his management very well. And I said it at the time, and I wasn't sure. His ability-wise, he won his tour card, but I personally would have just held him back for
100.
give him one more year of this environment, and then let him off the leash.
I do think Lakeside as well, because he was the big favourite to win that first WDF Championship, lost to the Canadian
98.
Sean Burr. I think that knocked him back a little bit as well, but very much the player to beat at Champions Week. And one of the good guys of the sport is Connor Scott.
Jamie, you require
This has been another decent performance from Jamie Owens, and he's got 6 starts from here to seal a 4-1 success. We'll never know whether he was going to tease the bullseye for the man from Stockton on tees.
What about the USA team?
124.
Gates and Spellman.
Yep.
Decisions, Jarno. Decided to stay there to see whether the scoreboard pressure would succumb to Owens, who has 3 in hand at tops for the match. Double 10. Can he clip it off the barrel? He does, but the other side.
Jarno, you require 44.
Big moment this for Bottenberg. He was 3-0 down. He could bring it back to 3-2.
Double 10. Very lucky he didn't slip into the treble 11. Double 5.
39.
Made a mess of
Jamie,
that.
you require 20.
To eventually cross the finishing line. Double 10 for Jamie Owens. In it goes. And Jamie Owens will end day one at the Super Series on 8 points. What a debut it has been for the man from Stockton-on-Tees. He is top of the table, he's top of the pile. The man who's a part-time footballer, also now a part-time dart player, and in both disciplines he's absolutely excellent. He beats Jarno Bottenberg by 4-1 to finish the day on 8 points. Next up, Kendrick Koordom. Welcome back to the Live Lounge. Impulsive hi from us in the commentary box in the corner. There we are. Game 14 of our day in the Super Series sees Daryl Pilgrim and Kendrick Koordom go toe-to-toe. I think Kendrick was wondering why we were waving in the background there. Before the break, we saw Jamie Owens make it 8 points for his debut day here at the Live Lounge. He beat Jarno Bottenberg by 4-1. But Daryl Pilgrim lost his first two, won his last two, and is looking to finish on 6 points. If he does, he'll be a couple of points behind the leader overnight, Jamie Owens. Boris Koltsov can also move on to 8 with a win against Simon Teysen. Daryl, slow start to the day, but the last couple of matches has seen Mr. P go through the gears that we know that he can ascertain. Averages of 92 and 98, and the doubling delightful as well.
Yes, and he will just want to end the day on a high, make this one as drama-free as possible. Winning breeds winning, and he is 2 from 4, but more importantly, after dropping his opening 2 games by the same scoreline, just being edged out 4-3, he started to look more likely as the day has progressed.
What do you think Kendrick would have learned and gained from his first day here at the Super Series?
I think just all in all, the experience, and just getting used to the format, the amount of games you got to play, and even just like the simple things of, do I have a loft for breakfast, or do I bring some food with me?
90.
It's all the things that you sort of sometimes take for granted, but the players are sort of arrived between 7:30 and 8 p.m. on the 8 a.m. on the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, which is why they prefer the Thursday and Friday, whether you're in the afternoon session or the evening session. It just feels more natural.
170.
Wow. To leave 2/8.
He has found that purple patch now, as Daryl. Was an early start for Pilgrim. He drove down first thing this morning following the Challenge Tour weekend. And it looks like he's reached his afternoon peak.
Yeah, maybe maybe early doors he felt a little jaded. It wasn't a particularly good weekend for him.
$78. Daryl, you require 16.
2-8, so 1-0. Pilgrim on the board. And I suppose the other question we have to ask is, how many times has Kendrick played this many games over this format against this quality in one day? Everything's question marks about Kendrick, and that's not in a horrible way. That is,
85.
for him, invaluable experience. He's going to learn about himself at the same time as we're going to learn about him, and that's sometimes one of the nice things about the Super Series. Players on debut
83.
Find out where they're at very quickly. Look what it's done to the likes of a Jimmy Van Schie, for example, who the first time he was here, he was very raw. Won a qualifier,
42.
Had glimpses, but then second time round, learnt from that experience.
Yeah, and that's why this is brilliant, especially when you get the opportunity to play the full week. I've seen it with, I think, someone like Victor Tingstrom when he made his debut here.
60.
He progressively improved, and so much so when he came back, he did the business.
Victor, a player who I think as time goes along, we're going to see a lot more of, progressing at a really good rate. Of course, Tingstrom got through to finals night the last time he was here in week 7. Won a
29.
deciding leg shootout in the final game of the group to make it through. Although he shouldn't really have struggled as much as he did in that match, if the truth be told.
44.
That was the best week of that series. Some big names departed us before we even got to the Saturday. The likes of Cameron Crabtree
81.
and Harry Gregory, who departed before Saturday was upon us. We lost some other players, but that wasn't a big loss to us. Pilgrim looking for 2-0 and looking to climb the ladder.
82. Daryl, you require 120.
Trouble for tops. Tops it is.
80.
Just
Kendrick, you
pitched
require
above the wire.
122.
Kendrick needs a moment.
Yeah, it was awkward. Completely blocked him out.
42. Daryl, you require 40.
He could be completely blocked out of this match because Pilgrim's looking for the break of throw and a 2-leg lead.
Game shot on a
And
second
you get the
leg.
sense
Daryl
from this point onwards, Pilgrim could really take control of this contest.
Yeah, only
Third
averaging
leg, it's Daryl to
mid-80s.
first. Game on.
First time today we've really seen Kendrick struggle.
100.
But there was that spell, wasn't there, in the middle of the day where he strung a couple of good performances together, got that win against Simon Teysen. No surprise, that was in a last leg decider. But there will be work to do for him on Tuesday and Wednesday to get himself into Group B in the evening session. I think the way this group is looking at this present moment in time, it feels like even after day one, Koordom and Teysen could be detached at the bottom, and that we're putting 3 into 4 in terms of who's going to be the winner of Group A, who's going to be in B, and who will drop into C.
Another great moment for Kendrick. Another max.
96.
He's building a nice little highlights reel already, isn't he?
Well, that would have been an ultimate highlight for the highlight reel if he took out the 161, but it doesn't go. And so Pilgrim comes back for a 3-0 lead, looking at the 108. Able to get
52. Kendrick, you require 116.
I'm sure this would be added to the highlight reel. The 116 went. Single 19. Tops.
96.
Just below.
Daryl, you require 56.
Good effort. Will he be back? Gets the 16. Ooh, that was tight. That was almost plumb in the middle.
Pilgrim.
Someone's asking, has Kendrick changed his dart? Yeah, he
Flag.
did a little bit earlier after his opening 2 matches.
And that was when the upturn in fortunes began. But one thing he has had today is a fair few bounce outs.
So Simon, he's had some absolute massive bouncers that have gone past his feet.
Went any further, he would have taken his opponents out.
That's one way to win a game.
Have we had a look at the Super Series rulebook as to what happens if a dart bounces out and it hits your opponent? Do you get bonus points, you know, like on those video games? You know, like on Grand Theft Auto, if you take somebody out, you get bonus points.
I'm not a gamer. That isn't the most obvious thing in the world.
I only played Grand Theft Auto during lockdown. Didn't influence me into being a bad individual, Mace. Didn't coerce me into a life of crime, put it that way.
How is that car of yours? Is it all okay? Is it still in one piece?
Yes.
Good man.
Well, Owen Binks hasn't driven it, so of course it's in one piece.
You keeping it nice and clean?
Inside, yes. It needs a little bit of a clean on the outside. Bit of bird muck on it. But this hasn't been muck at all from Pilgrim.
68.
Until he then decides to hit the treble 1.
133.
Well, this for a 4-0 win. It'd be for back-to-back 4-0 wins to end his day. And he'd have Koordom and Teysen in his first 2 fixtures tomorrow as well. So he may have the possibility of really building up a bit of momentum in this group.
40. Kendrick, you require 160.
Braden doesn't like the nickname the Slayer. Is bold for a 65 average when he's not averaging 65.
95.
And today he's had averages of 87.5, 88. Point us in the direction of your numbers, Braden.
Well, I point you in the direction of Mr. P because he's had a perfect end to the day after a troublesome start. A 4-0 win against Kendrick Koordom sees him on to 6 points in the group. He was the big favourite at the beginning of the morning. He lost his first 2 but has recovered well, showing why he is one of the most prolific players about a tour card. A 4-0 win for Daryl Pilgrim. Next up, Koltsov against Teysen to finish up. Time for our final game of darts on this Monday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Daryl Pilgrim got the better of Kendrick Koordom by 4 legs to nil. Let me round off with Boris Koltsov and Simon Teysen. Boris, well, he's looking to finish the day on 8 points. He could go to the top of the table with a win in this one. Up against Simon Teysen, whose story as far as day one is concerned, that there's been moments of good bits from him, but hasn't been able to really string it together on a consistent basis. Yet to pick up a win today. And his final assignment could well be the toughest assignment of them all.
Yep, I think Boris will be switched on and aware of the situation in terms of the table. And he'll want to bounce back after a disappointing defeat
66.
to Bottenberg.
$57.
Well, the big question mark regarding Boris at the beginning of the day was, what kind of nick was he in? Well, he answered those
41.
questions and then some by beating the group favourite Daryl Pilgrim in the opening match of the day. He has that schedule where he has to bookend the day. He plays first and he plays last on Monday and Tuesday, respectively.
Yeah, and that's why this one is
45.
all the more important, because this will be our first game at around about 9:40 tomorrow morning.
74.
And if Koltsov does the double here, he will move 2 points clear at the top of the table before anybody else is able to say anything about it.
99.
Exactly.
Simon, you require 130.
He has been susceptible to a slow start in a match. Teysen, though, is unable to capitalise on the 130, although he does have 6 darts on here to
58.
break the throw in leg one.
With some of his finishing today, he may need all of them and more.
100. Simon, you require 72.
Time leaves himself on a 2-darter.
51 left, 19 for double 16 or 11 tops.
52. Boris, you require 90.
Tops doesn't go. What could Koltsov make of the 90?
It's the wrong shot.
65.
Doesn't find the ball,
Simon, you
and so
require
Teysen has
20.
3 in hand, a double 10. Up for 5s. In it
shot on the
goes.
first leg,
It's a break
Simon
for the
Teysen.
Belgian. He leads 1-0.
Boris had
Second leg, it's Simon to
21
throw
darts
first.
in that leg,
Game on.
and then he one of them at the ball to win the leg.
43. $41.
Reminder, if you've missed any of the action today, you can watch it back.
45.
The best bits available courtesy of our highlights package, which will be available straight after the session on the
100.
Super Series YouTube channel. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. for the second day
97.
in Group A. And if you click that little subscribe button, which is on your tablet, smart device, however you're watching.
Yeah, we're only 200 off
6.
reaching a monumental 50,000 subscribers. There's over 200 people watching now that are not
100.
subscribed. Just hit that subscribe button for us, and I'll get some info on the specials week and who's involved in Double Trouble 2.
140.
I'm there.
I'm not.
Well, that's a shame.
108.
But this is Teysen really brimming up to something potentially. Koltsov has to take this out. He may take it out.
140.
Thickness of a wire away.
Simon, you require 36.
Well, this is for 2-zip.
Gets on a
2-0
second leg,
Teysen.
Simon Teysen.
Beginning to show some of the quality of which he
Third leg,
needed
it's
to
Boris to throw
win
first.
Belgian qualification
Game
and
on.
Belgian ranking events.
100.
Certainly would be a surprise result. Remember, Simon up till this point
100.
yet to pick up a win today.
See, somebody has been watching Phil Taylor's
43.
Twitter videos on the chat room because they said, come on, Boris.
96.
What's the odds that in Phil Taylor's last ever event you get drawn against him in the Masters?
Wouldn't surprise me.
45. 100.
Boris in a real spot of bother here.
100. 100. 140. Simon, you require
This for
105.
free love. And maybe not in the direction that we would have expected it to. Koltsov was a
47.
big,
Boris, you
fancied
require
favourite before
73.
Dart was thrown in this contest. He's probably going to have to take out the 73 to stay in the contest. Tops. Does not go.
33.
And Simon
Simon, you
Teysen
require
has 2 darts
58.
in his hand. Well, he should have 2 darts in his hand for the double break, but he's going to have to spurn one. Tops.
38.
Oh,
Boris,
you well
you
and
require
truly
40.
jinx that one, Henry.
Jinxie Deeks.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
it's not.
Boris Koltsov.
It's not like it's being played at a level that you sort of sit back and think, well, Boris couldn't
Fourth
really be
leg.
doing anything
Simon
about
to
it.
throw first.
At the moment,
Game on.
they're both averaging 80.
41.
There are 2 very tired players on that stage. Of that, there's no doubt. 2 players who are making their debuts today, and maybe the toll of
100.
matches is taking its toll somewhat.
Yeah, it's something you've got to factor in, especially here at the
46.
Super Series. They've been pretty much playing on and off for the last 6
95.
hours or so. Of course, when the players finish a game, they'll go and sit down, relax, and then they'll be just ticking over on the practice board.
81.
Actually had an observation that
99.
via one of our comments sent in that our referee Jack Garwood has a somewhat resemblance of Jarno Bottenberg.
100.
That's interesting. Don't quite see it myself.
139.
Jack Bottenberg. Anyway, I'll jack it in
59.
anyway
Boris,
with that
you
particular
require
comment.
68.
Koltsov looking to level up.
Yeah, and 6 darts if needed to do so. 36 for 32. Love that
Game
way.
shot on the fourth leg. Boris Koltsov.
Koltsov will love it just as much. For 2-0 down, he's squared this contest up at
Fifth leg is
2-2.
Boris to
Teysen
throw
did have a
first.
dart at tops to
Game on.
lead 3-0, but that feels a long, long time ago.
$140.
This is being the point of matches today where Boris really has made his move.
55.
A lot of tight wins. 4-3 against Pilgrim, 4-3 against Koordom. It's been in leg 5. How many times have we said about Koltsov in leg 5 today
60.
that this has been the moment where he's found his best?
Yeah. And although we've not seen a lot of Boris, it's plain to see that he has been playing a lot of darts, albeit maybe locally.
100. 66.
Well, Koltsov here, 6 darts on 2-1 to turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead.
65.
There's 25 with dart 3, leads himself on 136. Couple of treble 20s, will give himself a dart at double 8.
40. Boris, you require 136.
Well, there's the first of them. Clips off the barrel.
96.
Not actually clipped off the flight of
Simon,
dart
you
one, but
require
he's left himself
160.
tops. But may not get a go because Teysen's looking at tops. Oh!
Game shot of fifth
A
leg.
Teysen tied Turner.
Well, we've not had a real big finish, and it's...
Sixth flag. It's Simon.
Well, he
to
saved
throw
the best to
first.
last.
Game on.
Well, that is a significant shot. At 2-2, looking likely to go 3-2 behind. And he produces
42.
a little bit of magic.
Every player now has had a ton plus checkout on this opening day of Group A.
140. $140.
160 eclipses the 120 as the biggest checkout we've seen on day one.
Mark asking, are you doing any more Euro tours this year?
140.
Possibly. I'll be doing the World Series finals, the European Championship,
140.
the Players Championship finals, and then into the Worlds, and then of course a couple more weeks
43.
here before the end of the year, and then playing in York and Sunderland, and going to Santorini for a
137.
week.
Lucky for some. Well, this.
So the diary is full.
Well, Teysen here
138.
is going to
Simon,
get
you require
a couple of
42.
match starts to beat Boris Koltsov to get his first win on the Super Series stage. 2 in his hand at double 16.
10.
Does not go, and
Boris, you
Koltsov
require 40.
to inevitably take us the distance.
Well, it was a great pressure play from Koltsov, and he
Shot
does
a
convert,
sixth flag. Boris Koltsov.
finds tops 3-3, and will have the darts in the decider.
7 from
I
final
think 3-3 is
leg.
about
It's Boris
right.
to throw first.
Their reflection of the game.
Game on.
What's Boris doing there?
Boris is averaging 90 to Simon's 83.
He's getting very animated, is Koltsov all of a sudden.
125.
Well, it's a game that he maybe felt that was slipping out of his hands.
85.
Paul asking, does Simon have shoulder issue? Well, with that action, it does load up the shoulder with a
100.
fair bit of pressure. So we do see him stretching it out quite a lot.
100.
Shoulder is absorbing all the shock from the throw.
But it's right, it will feel very
45.
stiff by the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly feel the effects of 5-6
140.
days non-stop. But at the end of day one, Teysen looking across the finishing line. Koltsov looking to set up. For Simon, it'll be a first one of the day. For Boris, it would see him top the group.
119.
And it's Koltsov who's made the first significant inroads in this final leg.
60.
Only
Boris,
60.
you require 112.
Both on very doable finishes. Not now.
72.
Well, Simon
Simon, you
Teysen has
require
waited all day
116.
for an opportunity to win a match. It's a big opportunity, but he took out the 160. Is he going to add the 116 to the collection?
Game shot.
Double 18 is found
Simon
to
Teysen.
win in sumptuous style. It's some way to seal Simon Teysen's first win on the Super Series stage. He has beaten Boris Koltsov by 4 legs to 3, thanks to 2 absolute pearlers of finishes to get over the line. The 160 and the 116 turns the game in his favour, with Koltsov sat on tops to get over the line himself. Teysen wins the final game of the session 4-3. Myself and Chris Mason are going to head next door to analyse all the action next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's play in Group A has come and gone. Myself and Chris Mason have been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have seen. It's been a real up and down day as far as Monday is concerned. Daryl Pilgrim, the overwhelming group favourite, lost his first two, won his last three. Both Koltsov have had the opportunity to move top of the table, but lost in a last leg decider to Simon Teysen. And the player of the day is the debutant, Jamie Owens, having won 4 of his 5 matches. He finds himself at the top of the table. As I say, Chris Mason alongside me to talk all about it. Let's begin with Jamie Owens, the debutant, who we didn't quite know what to expect going into today, if the truth be told, but what we have seen is some very good stuff, very attainable stuff as well.
Yeah, he's quite a tenacious character, and certainly a pleasant surprise when you come across a player that you don't really know anything about or not seen play before. And he produced some real good stuff at times, lots of 180s, some good averages in there as well. But I think for him to be the most satisfied player today, I think the rest of them will be a little frustrated, especially Boris, who started off with a 4-3 win, ended with a 4-3 defeat, and then the defeat against Jarno as well will probably not sit well with him. But he doesn't have to wait long for revenge, because that tie we'll be seeing in our first match tomorrow morning.
Let's talk about Boris, because we didn't quite know what to expect from him coming into today. Another player that was a bit of an unknown quantity, but set his stall out very quickly with that game against Daryl Pilgrim. Yeah,
listen, he's always been a solid player and not been able to play a lot of darts through no fault of his own, but he's obviously been playing at home and ticking over. I remember seeing Boris for the first time when we started this idea, when the players were playing from their garages or man caves or living rooms. And I thought he was quality. I did expect him to really kick on. So no real surprises for me, but like you, it was just where his game's at. And I think by the end of this week, he's going to be in with a shout.
Well, at the beginning of the day, Daryl Pilgrim was 3-10 on with the odds compilers to win this Group A. He lost his first two, but recovered well, winning his last win. Towards the end of the session, that looked more like the Daryl Pilgrim we've seen do some good stuff on that stage.
Yeah, in fairness, you could argue that the 2 defeats in the opening 2 games could have gone the other way. It's just one of those things, and sometimes in these short format races, just the smallest little increases could make a huge difference, and they just didn't go his way. But he showed his class in the end. He just knuckled down and looked focused and is right in the mix.
Well, Jarno Bottenberg feel relieved he's on 6 points. Didn't play his best, but has got the points on the board.
Yeah, I'd say so. He was probably in terms of averages, right in that group with Kendrick and Simon in terms of overall numbers for the day. So for those kind of numbers, he just did this a lot. He found the right shots at the right time, or someone would miss in front of him, and he was taking advantage. But yeah, although he's in the mix, I think he's going to struggle.
As you say, they don't write averages on trophies, do they? Right, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play, because Jamie Owens, the debutant, he'll be more than delighted to see that. 8 points to his name. 3 players on 6. Simon Teysen and Kendrick Koordom with a win apiece. They'll be looking to improve upon that tally on day 2. Is tomorrow about seeing where Daryl Pilgrim is, and are we expecting him to make a major charge?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just got to make a winning start to the day and sort of put everybody else on notice, where I suppose with Jamie, it's not generally free rolling, but the pressure's not on him. There was no expectation, certainly from us or certainly from the odds compilers. They knew as much about him as we did. So I think he'll be the most relaxed. The big game for me is going to be the opening match for Boris, for Jamie, and for Daryl.
Well, Mace, always a pleasure, never a chore. Do it again tomorrow?
We certainly will.
Right, thank you for your company. Thank you for your company as well. We'll resume tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how day 2 is going to go as far as this Group A is concerned. But on Monday, it was the part-time footballer Jamie Owens who hit the back of the net and is top of the table.